Chapter 3:14. This was a world of pure darkness. In the darkness, lightning bolts of violent energy flew all over the place. Occasionally, they would collide, and they would cause an enormous chain reaction in this space. As a result, in this dark world, there was actually a terrifying rumble of thunder that sounded like the roar of a wild bear. On the other hand, at the periphery of this dark world, the lightning bolts in the void were bright silver in color. They were like silver fish that continuously swam in the void. Compared to the black lightning bolts, the silver lightning bolts were clearly weaker. However, this was also the reason why ordinary half-emperors were able to withstand the lightning bolts and swallow them to increase their cultivation. At the intersection of the two types of thunderbolts, a special pressure formed a simple barrier, separating the two types of thunderbolts 2 miles away. However, the two types of thunderbolts had completely different degrees of violence, allowing everyone to roughly understand the meaning behind the existence of this barrier. It was not easy to cultivate, and one should know when to stop. At this moment, outside the barrier, there were 3 figures standing in the sea of silver lightning. One was in front and 2 were behind him. The one who was standing in the sea of silver lightning further away from the barrier was an old man who appeared to be in a sorry state. Who else could it be other than Muhan? The person who was barely supporting his body in front of the barrier on the opposite side was Xiao Yan. The person in front of him was the Northern King, who had been protecting him all the way. Cough cough. Xiao Yan violently coughed as fresh blood continuously flowed out from his mouth. His deathly pale face looked extremely terrifying. Due to his extreme weakness, it was extremely difficult for him to breathe. His originally pitch-black eyes were now filled with a grayish-white color. The aura around his body had already reached its lowest point. Even so, Xiao Yan still persevered. He knew that as long as he crossed the final barrier behind him and entered the depths of the lightning pool, even Muhan would not dare to carelessly step into it. Although there was a barrier between them, Xiao Yan could still feel the terror of the black lightning bolts. Once those lightning bolts attacked together, even Muhan would not be able to withstand that kind of power. Xiao Yan believed that the Muhan in front of him would definitely not gamble his life with Xiao Yan. In the distance, Muhan's turbid old eyes were staring intently at Xiao Yan. His eyes were like a pair of eagle's hooks, as if he wanted to use his gaze to drag Xiao Yan to his front. However, at this moment, he was actually looking at Xiao Yan with a grave expression on his face. To be more precise, it was aimed at the black lightning within the barrier behind Xiao Yan. Although Xiao Yan was weak, he had also noticed this. Immediately, he felt slightly relieved in his heart. It seemed that what Gu Li and the others had said was true. Even a 9-star half-martial emperor like Muhan was afraid of the depths of the lightning pool. Yan Xiao, you already have nowhere to run. Do you still intend to continue struggling? Muhan pretended to be calm as he shouted at Xiao Yan. Cough cough. Xiao Yan's aura was so weak that he coughed violently once again. However, the corners of his mouth unconsciously lifted into a mocking smile. It was a long while later before he spoke to Muhan with a slightly hoarse voice. Cough cough, is that so? Don't I also have a place behind me? As Xiao Yan spoke, he involuntarily spat out a large mouthful of blood. This caused his face to turn even paler and his aura to become even weaker. His weak appearance made it seem as if he would collapse at any moment. Even if you enter it, you will still die. Muhan shouted once again. The muscles at the corner of his eyes involuntarily twitched a few times. Clearly, although he wanted Xiao Yan to die, he did not wish for him to die somewhere else. He wanted to kill Xiao Yan not only because he wanted to kill him, but also because he had other motives. Ah, are you afraid that I will enter it? Xiao Yan's tone was weak as he softly laughed. Humph. Muhan snorted as his eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan. However, he did not say anything. Don't you want to kill me? Why do you have such an expression now that I am about to die? Xiao Yan continued to speak. At the end of his words, his voice paused for a moment before he continued. It is because of the Emperor Tribulation Elixir, right? The expression on Mu Han's wrinkled old face finally changed when Xiao Yan's words left his mouth. The hand under his sleeve slowly tightened. A moment later, Mu Han's dark, cold old face once again revealed a smile. Haha, that's right. The real reason why I entered the lightning pool is for the Emperor Tribulation Elixir. Xiao Yan was slightly surprised that Mu Han had taken the initiative to admit it. However, he did not have the mood to care about this. Mu Han's tone paused for a moment. His turbid old eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan before he continued to speak. You should also know that as a 9-star half-emperor, it is extremely difficult to break through. If you rely on yourself to forcefully break through to the Do D class, the chances of that happening are extremely slim. Let's not talk about the difficulty of breaking through. Even if you manage to break through, without the Emperor Tribulation Elixir, you will not have much of a chance of winning against the Emperor Tribulation. After Mu Han's words sounded, Xiao Yan on the opposite side raised his hand with great difficulty. A thought passed through his heart and a glow flashed across his palm. A lustrous jade bottle appeared in Xiao Yan's hand. Through the jade bottle, one could see a longan-sized round medicinal pill quietly lying within it. It was the Emperor Tribulation Elixir. When Mu Han saw the Emperor Tribulation Elixir, he wished that he could immediately rush forward and snatch it from Xiao Yan's hands. However, in the blink of an eye, Mu Han swiftly recovered and his face regained its calmness. The Xiao Yan in front of him was not easy to deal with. Even though he was like a lamp that had run out of oil, if he used the last of his strength to crush the medicinal pill in his hand along with the jade bottle, he might not be able to obtain a full-grade Emperor Tribulation Elixir in his lifetime. That kind of outcome was not something that Mu Han wished to see. Therefore, he must obtain the Emperor Tribulation Elixir in Xiao Yan's hands. It is rumored that during the previous Alchemist Grand Meeting, young friend Yen Xiao had refined a full-grade Emperor Tribulation Elixir. Now that I have seen it today, it is indeed true that the rumors are true. Mu Han's eyes stared at the Emperor Tribulation Elixir in the jade bottle. However, he could not help but praise Xiao Yan. A person with a well-deserved reputation, is about to die in your hands. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes and spoke to Mu Han with an indifferent expression. Upon hearing this, Mu Han laughed out loud once again. Then, he looked at Xiao Yan and smiled insincerely at Xiao Yan. Both of us are sensible people. Given your current situation, you will definitely die if you turn around. Even if I am in my peak condition, I do not dare to casually step into the core of the lightning pool. I believe that Gu Li and the other old fellows have already clearly told you about this. Therefore, I will not say anything more. Now, as long as you hand over the Emperor Tribulation Elixir in your hands to me, I can guarantee that I will not harm you. Furthermore, from today onwards, I will not pursue the matter between us. In fact, as long as you wish, I can even help you kill MOD. How about it? 1 medicinal pill in exchange for 2 lives. To you, this should be worth it. As he spoke, Mu Han slowly walked towards Xiao Yan. The palm under his sleeve was extended towards Xiao Yan as he waited for Xiao Yan to throw the jade bottle over. Why should I believe you? With your strength, you can kill me in an instant after obtaining the elixir. Isn't giving you the elixir equivalent to seeking my own death? Xiao Yan's body staggered and this caused Mu Han's heart to jump. However, the words that came out of Xiao Yan's mouth caused the latter to frown once again. Do you think that you still have a choice? Hand over the elixir to me and I will let you live. Otherwise, you will lose both your life and your wealth. After a cold laugh was emitted from Xiao Yan's mouth, his body suddenly turned and he charged into the barrier behind him. Behind him, the strong body of the Northern King suddenly moved and blocked Mu Han, who was charging over, outside of the barrier. Chapter 315. Within the endless pitch-black lightning pool, countless pitch-black thunderbolts continuously flowed within it. Occasionally, a terrifying explosion would reverberate within the lightning pool, causing a chain reaction. At a certain spot within the lightning pool, a blood-drenched human figure was quietly lying within the pitch-black sea of thunderbolts. At this very moment, there was a nearly 10-meter-long giant golden dragon revolving around his body. A strange pressure spread out, expelling all the black thunderbolts that were approaching him. It was also because of this that the blood-drenched man was able to preserve his life. During this process, the giant golden dragon licked all the fresh blood that flowed out from the wounds on the man's body. The mysterious thing was that after the giant dragon licked those wounds, the fresh blood that continuously flowed out also stopped. As the giant dragon licked the wounds on the man's body, traces of purple-gold blood were also absorbed by the giant dragon. When the blood stopped flowing out, the giant dragon's bell-like golden beast eyes actually revealed a mysterious purple-gold color. Roar! A low dragon roar resounded and the entire lightning pool gradually calmed down as the dragon roar was emitted. The thunderbolts that flowed in all directions actually seemed to be afraid as they obediently floated in the empty space. They were like tamed beasts that had become docile. Ha! As the dragon roar was emitted, the blood-drenched man, who had already fainted and was lying flat in the empty space, suddenly let out a soft cry of surprise. However, it quickly became quiet once again. As time passed, after an unknown period of time, most of the injuries on Xiao Yan's body had already recovered. His spiritual strength had also recovered to its peak. Following a low groan, Xiao Yan finally gradually woke up from his unconscious state. The first thing that Xiao Yan noticed when he woke up was Little Gold, who had returned to its original size, lying on his chest. After briefly sensing the situation in his body, Xiao Yan smiled in a relaxed manner. The injuries that he had sustained after the battle with Mu Han had already completely recovered. Just as he was about to get up, Xiao Yan casually swept his gaze across the empty space around him. With a single glance, he saw the pitch-black thunderbolts that were floating in the empty space like dead objects. In the next instant, Xiao Yan's expression changed drastically. His face, which had just recovered its rosy color, instantly turned deathly pale again. Deep shock was revealed in his pitch-black eyes. Xiao Yan suddenly stood up, only to discover that he was at the core of the lightning pool in the empty realm. Countless black thunderbolts surrounded him and the Northern King, who was still standing by the side. Xiao Yan's mouth was wide open, but he didn't even dare to breathe loudly. His face was filled with shock. It was only at this moment that he finally reacted. In order to avoid Mu Han, he had turned around and charged into the core of the lightning pool without hesitation. But now, he was surrounded by endless black thunderbolts. He had just escaped from the tiger's den and entered the wolf's lair. Hee, smelly brat, you are finally awake. While Xiao Yan was feeling shocked, Guyu's mocking voice was faintly transmitted from the bottom of Xiao Yan's heart. Xiao Yan immediately reacted when he heard Guyu's words. The pitch-black thunderbolts in front of him were not as wild and violent as they had been before he had entered. At this moment, these thunderbolts appeared much calmer. They were like treasured swords that had been sheathed and had withdrawn their sharpness. From the looks of it, someone had subdued them. Old Gu, these were not done by me. I have already said that I will no longer help you after entering the lightning pool. Hence, these fellows were not subdued by me. Then, Xiao Yan frowned slightly when he heard this. He pondered for a moment before his eyes landed on Xiao Jin, who was flipping and flying in the void in front of him. This little fellow is not as simple as you think. Although these thunderbolts are wild and violent, they are like ancestors in front of Xiao Jin. As long as Xiao Jin is around, you need not worry about these thunderbolts daring to do anything to you. Moreover, Xiao Yan involuntarily felt surprised when he heard Guyu praise little Qing. By being able to cause an old fellow like Guyu to praise little Qing, one could tell just how great little Jin's future potential was. However, the thing that caused Xiao Yan to feel suspicious was Gu Yu's unfinished words and that mysterious smile that was thought-provoking. This caused Xiao Yan to feel even more curious about Xiao Jin in front of him. Xiao Yan could be said to know everything about Xiao Jin. However, it seemed that Xiao Yan's understanding of Xiao Jin had gradually changed ever since he had arrived at the Yuanwu continent. Or perhaps it was after it had swallowed that thread of strange spatial strength. Xiao Jin lifted his head and looked at Xiao Yan when he noticed his gaze. After which, his nimble body twisted and he quickly circled around Xiao Yan. Then, he climbed onto Xiao Yan's hand and climbed onto his shoulder. Xiao Yan tilted his head and looked at Xiao Jin, who was lying on his shoulder. The man and beast stared at each other for a long time. Xiao Yan looked at Xiao Jin's golden eyes. The pure golden light did not contain any impurities. Xiao Jin's small and exquisite body was the same as when Xiao Yan had first seen it. It had not changed at all. If there were any changes, it could only be said that Xiao Jin's strength had far surpassed what it had been in the past. No matter how much this little fellow has changed, it is still Xiao Jin. It is enough as long as it is like this. Xiao Yan raised his hand. Warmth flowed in his eyes as he gently rubbed Xiao Jin on his shoulder and quietly said in his heart. Xiao Jin could feel Xiao Yan's gentle stroking. His small head happily rubbed against Xiao Yan's rough palm. He licked Xiao Yan's palm with his moist tongue. When he felt the itch in his palm, Xiao Yan looked at Xiao Jin again and found that Xiao Jin was eagerly looking at him. Xiao Yan immediately smiled. He flipped his hand and a grade 9 pill appeared in his palm. Xiao Jin did not stand on ceremony. The moment the pill appeared, it twisted its small body with a swoosh sound and swiftly flashed into Xiao Yan's palm. It extended 2 adorable dragon claws and hugged the pill, which was half the size of its head. Without any hesitation, it swallowed the pill in an extremely exaggerated manner. Xiao Yan involuntarily laughed softly when he saw this scene. Immediately, he ignored Gu Xiao Jin and allowed it to play around. Xiao Yan's clear eyes looked towards this lightning pool. His dark black eyes, which were as calm as an old well, had an unusual splendor at this moment. Compared to the silver-colored thunderbolts in the outside world, the energy that the dark black thunderbolts in this place possessed was even more frightening. The lightning strength in this place was also purer than the lightning in the outside world. If Xiao Yan were to absorb the lightning in this place, he even dared to conclude that his strength would definitely rise by a large level. This was also what he hoped for. Xiao Yan's eyes slowly swept across the dark black lightning. His eyes flickered. Suddenly, Xiao Yan grabbed with his large hand and a lightning bolt that was as thick as his wrist was caught in his palm. When the lightning bolt entered his hand, it immediately began to struggle violently in Xiao Yan's hand. Powerful energy was continuously released in an attempt to escape Xiao Yan's palm. However, Xiao Yan merely sneered at this. If there were nearly 100 lightning bolts attacking at the same time, Xiao Yan would naturally have difficulty dealing with them. However, if it was only one of them, Xiao Yan was not afraid at all. A thought passed through his mind and a heavenly flame immediately rose from Xiao Yan's palm, which was holding onto the lightning bolt. In a short moment, the lightning bolt turned into an extremely pure Do Qi torrent that poured into Xiao Yan's body and became a part of his strength. As he felt the pure Do Qi pouring into his body, the corners of Xiao Yan's mouth gradually lifted into a smile. Others treated the deepest part of the lightning pool as a place of death. However, at this moment, this place was like heaven to him. Next, I will make a breakthrough here. Chapter 316. In the depths of the pitch-black lightning pool, Xiao Yan was currently sitting cross-legged in the air with his eyes closed. As he slowly circulated the cultivation technique within his body, an enormous energy whirlpool formed above Xiao Yan's head. An extremely frightening suction force was emitted from the enormous energy vortex. Threads of natural energy, visible to the naked eye, continued to appear from the empty space under this frightening suction force. They merged into the vortex and entered Xiao Yan's body. As the natural energy entered his body, the heavenly flame within Xiao Yan's body immediately rose and refined the natural energy until it was extremely pure. Only then did the natural energy flow through Xiao Yan's meridians and converge into the whirlpool, becoming a part of Xiao Yan's overall strength. After such a long period of refinement and absorption, Xiao Yan's aura also became stronger and stronger. When he opened his eyes again, Xiao Yan's strength had already reached the peak of a 3-star half-martial emperor. He was only a step away from breaking through to the 4-star half-martial emperor realm. Xiao Yan slowly opened his eyes. 2 brilliant fire glows suddenly shot out from his dark black eyes. Following the distortion of the space in front of him, the 2 fire glows that contained a frightening aura swiftly entered the endless empty space and disappeared. Xiao Yan ignored these minute changes. He carefully inspected his body until he confirmed that there were no longer any residual injuries. Only then did Xiao Yan slowly raise his head. His gaze swept around him and the corner of his mouth revealed a satisfied expression. After a while, Xiao Yan did not immediately rush to break through. Instead, he looked to the side at the Northern King, who had been standing motionlessly like an iron tower. At this moment, the Northern King's robust body still had scars from the battle with Mu Han. Even with Xiao Yan's composure, he couldn't help but be slightly shocked when he saw the scars on the surface of the Northern King's body. Xiao Yan admitted that the Northern King's physical strength was something that even he couldn't compare to. After all, the Northern King's body was that of a dragon. His strength had reached the terrifying level of a 6-star half-martial emperor. However, Xiao Yan didn't expect that even so, his physical body would still be damaged by Mu Han. Although the damage wasn't too great, this was the first time in all the battles that the Northern King had fought in the past. It had to be said that Mu Han's strength wasn't just for show. As a 9-star half-martial emperor, although he was domineering and arrogant, he had the qualifications to be arrogant and despotic. In comparison, although Xiao Yan's overall strength wasn't weak, he still couldn't compare to Mu Han. After secretly praising Mu Han in his heart, Xiao Yan turned his attention to the pitch-black lightning. Before the Northern King's strength had advanced to that of a half-martial emperor, he really didn't dare to imagine that a puppet could possess the strength of a half-martial emperor. After all, this kind of strength was much stronger than many human cultivators. However, ever since the Northern King's strength had advanced to that of a half-martial emperor, Xiao Yan already understood that the Northern King wasn't an ordinary puppet. The limit of his growth was probably far greater than this. Although he had always wanted to try and see if he could increase the Northern King's strength, he had never had the chance. After all, ordinary lightning was useless to the Northern King. If he wanted to gather enough lightning energy, he would have to rely on refining medicinal pills. However, for the current Xiao Yan, if he wanted to increase the Northern King's strength, the pill lightning he attracted would have to be at least at the level of an emperor-grade medicinal pill. However, how could it be so easy to refine an D-tier medicinal pill? The spiritual strength and dou qi that was exhausted in the process was something that the current Xiao Yan had difficulty enduring. Hence, the frightening pill lightning that was present in this lightning pool had become the best holy ground in his heart to raise the strength of the Northern King. I wonder how much the Northern King's strength will increase if he devours this lightning. Xiao Yan's eyes slowly observed the Northern King. His heart was filled with anticipation. After all, the thunderbolts in this place were something that even someone like Mu Han was extremely afraid of. One could imagine how strong they were. If the Northern King swallowed them, the effect that it would obtain would likely be far from what an ordinary pill lightning could compare with. Xiao Yan couldn't help but have a thought when he thought of this. He wanted to give it a try. With a thought, the North King seemed to have received an order. His strong, tower-like body suddenly moved and charged toward the pitch-black thunderbolts. Bang bang bang. A series of continuous explosions suddenly appeared. Xiao Yan could only see the Northern King's body being repeatedly shot between the many thunderbolts. The frightening energy that the dark black thunderbolts possessed caused it to be unable to swallow them like an ordinary thunderbolt. However, the Northern King had already reached its limit after the first few lightning bolts had entered its body. It would likely be unable to devour any more lightning bolts within a short period of time. Xiao Yan could only obtain a vague answer. Although this was the case, Xiao Yan did not feel the slightest anxiety in his heart. Training was not easy to begin with. Moreover, this king was merely a puppet. Being able to swiftly raise his strength to such an extent had already exceeded the training results of many people. Now that a large amount of training resources was in front of him, why would he need to be anxious? However, just as the Northern King charged into the tens of thousands of lightning bolts, Xiao Jin, who was on Xiao Yan's shoulder, looked at the flickering pitch-black lightning bolts. An extremely human-like expression of desire appeared in its golden eyes. Xiao Yan couldn't help but be surprised when he saw this. However, this was fleeting. Xiao Jin's original body was the 9 mysterious golden lightning. Devouring lightning bolts to increase its strength was merely its instinct. Previously, for the sake of Xiao Yan's safety, it wasn't in a hurry to devour the lightning bolts. Of course, on the other hand, it wasn't in the mood to devour them. After all, in its heart, no matter how good power was, it couldn't compare to Xiao Yan in front of it. In its pearl-like eyes, Xiao Yan had long become its everything. It could give up power, but it definitely couldn't lose Xiao Yan. However, at this moment, Xiao Yan had completely recovered. When Xiao Jin saw the tens of thousands of lightning bolts in front of it, the little desire in its heart rose again. Xiao Yan smiled when he saw Xiao Jin's eager manner. He glanced at the Northern King on the other side, who was being repeatedly shot like a rubber ball by the tens of thousands of thunderbolts. He opened his mouth and spoke to Xiao Jin with a smile. "Little fellow, you also want to devour those lightning bolts?" When Xiao Jin heard this, it hurriedly nodded its little head in an extremely human-like manner. It expressed its feelings to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan smiled, nodded his head and continued speaking. "Go, but remember, don't force it. Everything has its limits." When Xiao Yan finished speaking, Xiao Jin acted as if it didn't hear him. Its small body flashed and appeared in the tens of thousands of lightning bolts. It couldn't wait to charge into the terrifying black lightning bolts. Xiao Yan looked at the Northern King and Xiao Jin, who were in the sea of lightning. He shrugged helplessly. After a long while, he finally exhaled deeply. The corners of his mouth gradually curled into an arc. He narrowed his eyes and sneered in a low voice. "Mu Han, you've really given me a big gift by forcing me into this place. Ha, I'll definitely return this favor in the future." Chapter 317. Crackle, thunder rumbled in the pitch-black lightning pool. Xiao Yan, Xiao Jin and the Northern King were all standing in different directions as they continuously absorbed the frightening lightning within the lightning pool. The Northern King's devouring was relatively direct and violent. Wherever his body passed by, a dozen or so pitch-black lightning would be sucked into his body. In an instant, intense muffled sounds of thunder could be heard from the Northern King's body. They sounded like the roars of beasts. As the lightning devoured, the injuries on the Northern King's body were all healed. His pitch-black and solid skin gave off a strange feeling of indestructibility. Occasionally, pitch-black lightning would flash through his indifferent eyes. On the surface of the Northern King's body, pitch-black lightning would flicker unceasingly. They had become a part of his tough and tyrannical strength. Compared to the Northern King, Xiao Jin was even more tyrannical. Or perhaps, it could be said that he was barbaric. In front of Xiao Jin, those originally terrifying lightning bolts were like a big cat that had seen a tiger. No matter how strong he was normally, in front of Xiao Jin, he could not even use a tenth of his usual strength. At this moment, Xiao Jin had transformed again. he had turned into a 30-meter-long golden dragon. His enormous golden dragon claws grabbed at the air, and a large amount of black lightning was caught in his palm. Xiao Jin was not courteous at all. He seemed to be completely treating the lightning as food. He opened his mouth and swallowed the lightning in one gulp. After he finished eating, he even symbolically burped. However, after a short while, he began to eat again. Compared to the Northern King, the lightning pool in the sky was a true paradise for Xiao Jin. As he continued to devour the lightning, Xiao Jin's strength was rapidly increasing. At the same time, Xiao Yan had also begun to break through to become a 4-star half-martial emperor. Back in the Spirit Ginseng clan, Xiao Yan's strength had already reached peak 3-star half-martial emperor. After going through the many battles in the past month and a half, Xiao Yan's cultivation was only a matter of time before he broke through to become a 4-star half-martial emperor. When Xiao Yan sat cross-legged in the empty space and calmed his heart down, the qi method within his body began to circulate. A huge energy swirl had already appeared in the empty space where he was. The appearance of the energy whirlpool immediately attracted the dark black thunderbolts. A frightening suction force wildly erupted. It was like a tornado that was hanging upside down. The wild suction force continued to tear the surrounding empty space. Numerous dark black thunderbolts were like small fish that had been drawn into a whirlpool as they swiftly gathered toward Xiao Yan. In the face of so many thunderbolts, Xiao Yan did not dare to be careless. With a thought, the heavenly flame within the vortex within his body immediately spread out, wrapping around Xiao Yan's internal organs, meridians, and bones. These thunderbolts had an extremely great tempering effect on the body. Xiao Yan would not give up such an opportunity. Therefore, he did not throw the heavenly flame out of his body. However, if he did so, the pain Xiao Yan would have to endure while absorbing the power of the thunderbolts would be even more unbearable. Regarding this, Xiao Yan did not have much of a change in his heart. He understood that if he wanted to obtain a sufficiently strong power, he would have to pay a sufficiently high price. Although the following process of absorbing the power of the thunderbolts might be very painful, it was much better than being chased by others. At the very least, he could guarantee that he would not die. Huff! Come, come! 4-star half-martial emperor, I'm coming. With a low shout in his heart, the vortex above Xiao Yan's head suddenly trembled. The frightening suction power became even more ferocious. Like an ancient giant beast, it unceasingly pulled the pitch-black thunderbolts closer and closer before being engulfed by the vortex. After the thunderbolts gathered, they ruthlessly smashed onto Xiao Yan's body. The pitch-black and frightening power of the thunderbolts instantly exploded. Like a bomb, the berserk energy bombarded Xiao Yan's body. Pain instantly spread throughout Xiao Yan's entire body. The pain that came from his body was simply unbearable for Xiao Yan. However, he still managed to endure it with a strength that surpassed that of ordinary people. Xiao Yan tightly clenched his teeth, his face distorted, and the muscles all over his body instantly tightened. As the thunderbolts were absorbed into Xiao Yan's body, the places that were touched by the thunderbolts earlier turned scarlet red. It was as if they were being burned by fire. Even the blood vessels under his skin appeared to be extremely distorted and frightening. Although this process was extremely painful, the results obtained were clearly extremely remarkable. After being tempered by the thunderbolts, Xiao Yan's physical body had clearly become even more powerful. At the same time, the pitch-black thunderbolts exploded the instant they came into contact with Xiao Yan's body. Then, they were forcibly absorbed into Xiao Yan's body. Faced with the sudden influx of frightening thunderbolts, Xiao Yan's heart was extremely calm. The instant the thunderbolts appeared, the heavenly flame that had been waiting for them immediately pounced over. Like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, it completely enveloped the thunderbolts. As his physical body continued to be tempered, the heavenly flame within his body continued to refine the thunderbolts. Xiao Yan's aura also gradually rose. As Xiao Yan entered seclusion training in the depths of the lightning pool in the sky, the battle outside the lightning pool had already stopped. At this very moment, Gu Li and Qi Lin were seated in a lightning pool that was filled with bright silver lightning. They were not in a hurry to cultivate. Deep worry was revealed on their old faces as they felt incomparably anxious in their hearts. At this very moment, it had already been over 2 months since the battle where Mu Han had chased after Xiao Yan. Gu Li and Qi Lin could still clearly remember the extremely gloomy expression on Mu Han's old face when he returned from chasing after Xiao Yan. From the looks of it, it was obvious that he had not managed to catch up to Xiao Yan. Originally, Gu Li and Qi Lin felt rather fortunate for Xiao Yan. After all, he was able to escape from the pursuit of a 9-star half-martial emperor. Even if he were to be defeated, such a battle result would still be glorious. Of course, the thing that they were most concerned about was that Xiao Yan was still alive. However, as time elapsed, the originally relaxed expressions on Gu Li and Qi Lin's faces gradually disappeared. In the past 2 months, they had been searching for Xiao Yan's traces all over the lightning pool. However, from the beginning to the end, they had not discovered the slightest trace of him. In fact, they had not even sensed his aura. This gave them the feeling that Xiao Yan had already left the lightning pool. However, how could they not know that the lightning pool was not a place where one could come and go as they pleased? The lightning pool would open after 100 years. When half-martial emperors like them entered, the lightning pool would automatically close. The next time it would open would be half a year later. Before that, it was absolutely impossible for anyone to leave this place before that. Unless that person was able to ignore the protection of the lightning pillars outside. They did not believe that Xiao Yan would be able to withstand those lightning pillars. After all, just a single Mu Han was enough to make him go all out. Yet, those lightning pillars could easily kill Mu Han. Since there was no such reason, the only explanation that could explain why they were unable to find Xiao Yan was death. Chapter 318. Ugh, where do you think this fellow Yan Xiao can be? Gu Li sat cross-legged in the empty space within the lightning pool. His wrinkled old face revealed a deep worry at this moment. It was a long while later before Gu Li slowly lifted a pair of turbid old eyes that were similarly filled with worry. His tone was somewhat low as he spoke to Qi Lin, who was also seated cross-legged in the empty space beside him. The expression on Qi Lin's old face became a little gloomier when he heard Gu Li's words. During these 2 months, they had already run all over the lightning pool in the empty space. They had already searched all the places that they could think of. Unfortunately, these 2 months had actually forcefully destroyed all the hope in their hearts. Xiao Yan seemed to have suddenly disappeared from the face of the earth. No matter how they searched, they were ultimately unable to find any clues. Until this moment, the hearts of the two of them had gradually become gloomy. Ugh, do you still think that fellow Yan Xiao is still alive even now? Qi Lin's face was solemn. His expression appeared somewhat gloomy. Some ruthlessness faintly gathered deep within his turbid old eyes. If Xiao Yan were to die, he would vent all of his anger on Mu Han. At this moment, he did not doubt that Xiao Yan had already died in Mu Han's hands in that battle. Otherwise, how could they not find Yan Xiao? Gu Li's frown became even more twisted when he heard Qi Lin's somewhat solemn words. The expression on his face also became increasingly gloomy. However, there was an unknown thought that existed in his heart without him realizing it. He did not think that not being able to find Xiao Yan meant that he was already dead. Perhaps, he was currently training in a place that none of them could detect. After all, during the battle with Mu Han that day, Xiao Yan had also used that strange secret technique that caused his body and all of his aura to instantly disappear. Even a frightening Do technique like the soul-suppressing seal was unable to touch him. Perhaps, they had also brushed shoulders with Xiao Yan. It was just that the latter was immersed in training and did not reveal himself. Perhaps we are thinking too much. Moreover, when Mu Han returned that day, his expression was not good. If we had successfully caught up with Yan Xiao, he should be happy. However, that expression does not seem like it. What if he is acting for us to see? What should we say then? Qi Lin's expression was still gloomy. Gu Li's words did not make his heart feel any better. Ugh, there's no other way. Let's talk about it after we leave. Regardless, once the time is up, everyone must leave the lightning pool. Otherwise, no one will be able to leave. If Yan Xiao is still alive, he will definitely leave. What if he isn't? Qi Lin asked in a deep voice. If not, then it's time for a change of dynasty in this ancient savage city. Gu Li's tone was calm, but the expression in his turbid old eyes was as sharp as a sword. Half a year's time was like flowing water. It swiftly flowed by as everyone in the lightning pool crazily trained. Until a certain moment, the tunnel that led to the lightning pool once again opened. A thick lightning pillar stood in the lightning pool like a pillar that supported the sky. Numerous thick thunderbolts continued to revolve within the tunnel. The roaring sound of thunder was like an order to chase away guests. It was deafening. At this moment, everyone in the lightning pool knew that the time was up. It was time to leave. After everyone left the lightning pool one after another, everyone was surprised to discover that Mu Han and Gu Li's group, who had always been at odds with each other, had actually tacitly become silent when they left the lightning pool. No one bothered about the other. It was only when they exited the lightning pool passageway that everyone realized that MOD, the employer, was nowhere to be seen. Even Yan Bing, who had made a breakthrough, could only stand beside Mu Han with an indifferent expression on her face. However, deep fear could be seen in her ice-cold eyes. There was no need to mention old monster who had betrayed them in front of everyone. However, no one had seen him. It was likely that he had come out earlier than everyone else and had already left. Faced with Mu Han and Yan Bing, who had just made a breakthrough, even someone as bold as old monster who could only temporarily avoid them. At the same time, everyone also realized that Xiao Yan, who was originally the leader of Gu Li's group, was nowhere to be found. Only Gu Li and Qi Lin were left. Furthermore, from their gloomy expressions, it seemed like they did not obtain any benefits from entering the lightning pool. Since Xiao Yan was not around, everyone immediately turned their gazes towards Mu Han. They remembered that the person who had chased after Xiao Yan in the big battle was Mu Han himself. However, looking at his expression at this moment, it was indifferent. No one was able to tell what was going on. However, everyone's hearts were filled with a myriad of thoughts. Mu Han's expression was much better compared to Gu Li and Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan might have really died in his hands. After Gu Li and the rest left, the news of Xiao Yan's death rapidly spread throughout the ancient wildland city like a bird that had grown wings. The expressions of everyone who heard of it changed instantly. They did not expect that the genius, who had shocked everyone in the ancient wildland city, would ultimately die in Mu Han's hands. How sad, how lamentable. After the news spread, a furious and incredulous cry was suddenly emitted from the peaceful spirit ginseng tribe. What? Yan Xiao is dead. The instant he heard Luo Jin's words, old Luo, who was originally sitting leisurely at the side of the stone table, suddenly stood up. His extremely terrifying aura swept across the table in an uncontrollable rage. The stone table and chairs at the side were instantly crushed into stone powder. The ground under his feet was also swiftly shaken, forming numerous large cracks that resembled spider webs. Old Luo's expression was volatile. His heart was extremely shocked. He did not dare to believe the words that came out of Luo Jin's mouth. Luo Jin nodded his head with a grave expression. Even though he did not want to believe it, he had already met Gu Li and Qi Lin. He did not think that Gu Li and Qi Lin would abandon Xiao Yan. Looking at their expressions, in addition to the words of the surrounding crowd, this time, Xiao Yan was likely already. Who did this? A low and deep cry that was like the fury of a hidden dragon was suddenly emitted. Luo Jin felt the entire spirit ginseng space tremble slightly at this moment. Even Qing Mu, who was in a closed-door training, was forcefully awakened. Mu Han. Luo Jin clenched his teeth and said the name that caused his heart to almost explode with rage. His pitch-black eyes were filled with a raging fury that was difficult to extinguish. Mu Han. Is it that self-righteous brat? This old man saw that it was not easy for him to train, so I did not bother about him. That is why he is so daring. He even dares to kill the person that this old man wants to protect. Old Luo's expression was extremely gloomy. Every word that he said caused the entire space to tremble. The winds and clouds churned in the sky. The sky also changed according to Luo Ao's mood. Even the heavens had to obey the might of the strong. Killed. What happened? Suddenly, Qing Mu's grave voice faintly sounded. Only then did Luo Ao's expression calm down slightly. Yen Xiao, something happened. Luo Jin opened his mouth once again and said. Qing Mu raised his eyebrows slightly. His expression was strange as he looked at the two people in front of him. He muttered in his heart, something happened to Yen Xiao. Did he not cause enough trouble in the ancient savage city? Isn't it completely normal for him to cause trouble again? However, when he saw the gloomy expression on Luo Ao's face, he could not help but be slightly shocked. With a slightly strange tone, he opened his mouth and said, "Why? Could it be that Yen Xiao provoked someone like He Mu again?" However, immediately after, Qing Mu shook his head and muttered with a doubtful tone, "That shouldn't be the case. Even if he met someone of that level, with that existence, how could Yen Xiao be afraid of him?" Hearing Qing Mu's words that did not seem to make sense, Luo Jin and Luo Ao were somewhat doubtful. Luo Jin had a bitter expression as he shook his head. With a bitter expression, he said, "Elder Qing Mu, Yen Xiao, he is already dead." Just as he finished speaking, the expression in Qing Mu's eyes suddenly froze. His expression could not help but be slightly startled for a moment. After which, his tone was filled with deep doubt as he exclaimed, "He's dead? How is that possible? Mu Han personally attacked him. It is impossible for him to have a chance." Luo Jin's tone was low as he shook his head and sighed. "Oh. Mu Han. That 9-star half-emperor brat?" Qing Mu's eyebrows slightly raised as he asked. Seeing that Qing Mu did not seem to care, Luo Jin could not help but feel a trace of dissatisfaction in his heart. However, he still frowned and said, "That's right, it's him. Although Mu Han is only an insignificant small character to you guys, his strength is definitely enough to defeat Yen Xiao." Qing Mu heard the trace of resentment in Luo Jin's words and immediately understood in his heart. He laughed a few times. Only then did Qing Mu look at Luo Ao, who was frowning and thinking about something. Then, he looked at Luo Jin, paused for a moment, and laughed, "Haha, Luo Jin brat, your words are indeed correct. That Mu Han is indeed an ant-like existence to us. If an ordinary 3-star half-emperor were to stand in front of him, it is likely that they would not even have the courage to fight against him. However, both you and I are clearly aware that Mu Han's opponent this time around is Yen Xiao. He is not someone who can be judged by common sense." Luo Jin's expression slightly froze as he looked at Luo Ao. However, he discovered that the latter was also staring at Qing Mu with a suspicious expression. Luo Jin could not help but feel astonished in his heart. Qing Mu seemed to know some of Xiao Yan's secrets. Furthermore, from his confident appearance, there was an 80% chance that Xiao Yan was fine. This caused Luo Jin to let out a sigh of relief in his heart. At the same time, he could not help but feel puzzled. Exactly what secret did Xiao Yan have that could actually cause Qing Mu, who shared everything with Luo Ao, to conceal it? Exactly what was going on in this matter? Chapter 319. After the trip to the Void Lightning Pond came to an end, the majority of the people that had left the Void Lightning Pond had managed to make breakthroughs in their strength. Many of the peak 7-star half-martial emperors that had entered the Void Lightning Pond had managed to reach the 8-star half-martial emperor level. There were even some people with decent talent that managed to break through to the 8-star half-martial emperor level at an extremely astonishing speed by relying on their late 7-star half-martial emperor level of strength. Of course, there were those who broke through and those who didn't. As for the remaining portion, even if they didn't break through, after being tempered by the lightning energy in the Void Lightning Pool, it was only a matter of time before they broke through. The trip to the Void Lightning Pool could be said to be very fruitful. No wonder there would be so many half-martial emperors gathering in the ancient city of Savage Desolation whenever the Void Lightning Pool opened. The temptation of being able to rapidly increase the strength of half-martial emperors was not small at all. When the trip to the Void Lightning Pool came to an end, the Alchemist Guild, the Union Pavilion and even the Baimu Manor, the three giants of the ancient city of Savage Desolation, were all in an extremely strange atmosphere. There was no need to mention the Alchemist Guild. When the news of Xiao Yan's death spread, the entire Alchemist Guild became silent. No one dared to believe that Yan Xiao, who was so mighty half a year ago and no one could suppress him in the ancient city of Savage Desolation, who was the chief alchemist of the Alchemist Guild, the most dazzling member of the younger generation in the past 200 years, a rank 2 alchemist who was able to concoct emperor-grade complete pellets the moment he made a move, would actually die just like that. When the news from the outside informed them that one of the two tyrants of the ancient city of Savage Desolation, Mu Han, had personally killed Xiao Yan, a ball of fury immediately rose in the hearts of the Alchemist Guild's alchemists. No matter what, Mu Han was a senior and a 9-star half-martial emperor, one of the two tyrants of the ancient city of Savage Desolation. Yet, he actually used his strength to bully the weak to kill a 3-star half-martial emperor. This was simply too much of a bully. Even though the reason for this was because Xiao Yan had killed Mu Han's precious disciple, Wu Mahui, anyone would be able to guess that Wu Mahui had died at Xiao Yan's hands because of Mod's meddling. Otherwise, how could Xiao Yan and Wu Mahui, two completely unrelated people, have formed a grudge against each other? Moreover, forget about Wu Mahui. Given Xiao Yan's character, why would he kill someone who had no relationship with him for no reason? Even if there were some small conflicts between the two of them, given Xiao Yan's current status, he would not bother about a little Doshin class brat. Killing him was even more impossible. Hence, Xiao Yan's death had caused Mu Han to become the target of public criticism. At the same time, the latter did not expect that Xiao Yan would be able to establish such a position in the hearts of everyone in the ancient Savage City within just a few months after arriving at the ancient Savage City. However, before this matter could be settled, another shocking news was quickly spread. Although Mu Han had relied on his great strength to attack Xiao Yan in the lightning pool, the latter had also displayed an extremely shocking strength. By relying on the various tough tactics that he had mastered, Yan Xiao had not only been able to contend with Mu Han in a dangerous manner, but he had also relied on the frightening dose skills that he had mastered to cause Mu Han to suffer many times. He had even nearly seriously injured the latter. If such a battle result was spread by an expert of the same level, it would naturally be laughed at by others. However, if it was Xiao Yan, it would once again cause a great commotion in the ancient Savage City. Mu Han's strength was something that everyone in the ancient Savage City acknowledged. As a 9-star bandit, the strength that he possessed was sufficient to cause everyone to feel shocked. However, it was precisely this unparalleled expert in the ancient Savage City that had suffered defeat after defeat at the hands of a 3-star half-martial emperor, and he was even forced to use his signature Do skill. Such a battle achievement could be considered legendary. Even until now, everyone believed that Xiao Yan had already died. However, even though this was the case, it did not affect his legendary battle result in the hearts of everyone in the ancient Savage City. It had been a couple of months since the lightning pool in the empty realm had closed. However, one could still hear the name Yan Xiao all over the place within the ancient Savage Desolate City. The various battle achievements of Xiao Yan had also been spread within the ancient savage desolate city for a long time. However, when everyone in the Alchemist Guild and the ancient savage city believed that Xiao Yan had already died, the Union Pavilion was extremely quiet. It seemed that they did not intend to do anything about Xiao Yan's death. At this moment, everyone in the ancient savage city couldn't help but secretly shake their heads. They all knew that the Union Pavilion's elder Xian had a close relationship with Xiao Yan. Now that something had happened to Xiao Yan, the elder Xian did not do anything. This inevitably caused everyone in the ancient savage city to feel disappointed in the elder Xian. They all believed that the elder Xian was afraid of Mu Han and did not dare to act rashly. Regarding this, elder Xian felt bitter in his heart. However, in the end, he could only suffer in silence. He could only suffer in silence. Mu Han was the cause of Xiao Yan's death. This was something that was set in stone. How could Elder Xian not want to kill Mu Han and avenge Xiao Yan? However, things didn't go as he wished. Although Elder Xian wanted to kill Mu Han, before he moved, Luo Jin, who had a good relationship with Xiao Yan and had praised Xiao Yan greatly, unexpectedly stopped him. This caused Elder Xian to feel very puzzled. At the same time, it also caused him to feel somewhat dissatisfied. However, when Luo Jin told Elder Xian about Qing Mu's judgment, Elder Xian was finally convinced and did not act rashly. Although the outside world was saying that Xiao Yan had already died, Elder Xian still had a trace of doubt in his heart. After all, Xiao Yan was not an ordinary person. Although his enemy was a 9-star half-emperor, Xiao Yan's strength was not something that could be underestimated with ordinary standards. Union Pavilion. On the 6th floor of the pavilion, Luo Jin stood in front of a window and stared at the distant horizon. At this moment, he was facing the direction of the Grey Mountain Range. Sigh, that guy still hasn't come out. It has already been a year since he entered the Void Lightning Pool. According to common sense, he should have made a breakthrough long ago. However, he still hasn't come out. From the looks of it, his breakthrough this time was not small. Luo Jin's bright eyes slightly narrowed. Within his pitch-black pupils, a light of wisdom that did not match his age flickered. His fair hands, which were enough to make women envious, slowly fanned the jade fan in his hand. Young master. Suddenly, a familiar old voice quietly rang out from the pavilion. Elder Xian's figure slowly appeared behind Luo Jin. Looks like you've investigated thoroughly. The corners of Luo Jin's mouth slowly curled into a smile as he spoke in a calm tone. Elder Xian nodded and slowly opened his mouth to speak. Young master, according to the information we received, the operation of the Ghost Temple sect a year and a half ago did not succeed. Not a single person who left the Dark Hall returned to the Dark Hall. Oh. Did not return. Why? Those guys have always been meticulous in their work. As long as they set out, they would definitely not fail. Exactly who was it that could make them suffer? Hearing Elder Xian's words, Luo Jin could not help but be slightly startled. He frowned and felt somewhat surprised in his heart. The exact information is still unclear. However, some scouts reported that over a year ago, they seemed to have seen those guys from the Dark Hall in Yanluo City, which is relatively close to the ancient savage city. Luo Jin's brows slightly raised. Those guys dared to appear in his territory. They were quite bold. However, Yanluo City seemed to be only a small city. Only one person appeared. According to the rough description of his strength, he should be an 8-star half-martial emperor. With such strength, he would at least be the 3rd hall master in a branch hall. Apart from him, there was another person. He was also a half-martial emperor. However, he was not from the Dark Hall. Never would I have imagined that such a person would actually exist right under my nose. How negligent of me. Luo Jin's brows slightly raised as he softly chuckled. he did not take this matter to heart. Instead, he asked, that third hall master went to find that person. Hearing this, Elder Xian finally frowned with a strange expression on his face. He gently shook his head. It was a long while later before he opened his mouth to speak again under Luo Jin's strange gaze. He's not looking for that half-emperor. He's looking for another one. It's a very young half-emperor. I don't know what he looks like, but he's wearing a black robe and has a gorgeous flame in his hand. Before his voice sounded, Luo Jin's expression suddenly froze. Behind him, Elder Xian also became silent. Chapter 320. Within the pitch-black lightning pool of the void, Xiaoyan was currently sitting cross-legged within a narrow space covered by countless pitch-black lightning bolts. His aura was completely contained within his body. He was like a dragon hidden in the abyss, continuously accumulating power. Following the unceasing circulation of the martial technique within his body, frightening lightning bolts were absorbed by Xiaoyan's body one after another. Immediately after, under the refinement of the heavenly flame, they turned into pure energy and poured into the vortex space within Xiaoyan's body, adding fuel to the fire for Xiaoyan's breakthrough. Following such a long period of refinement and absorption, Xiaoyan's strength was also slowly climbing. He was only waiting for the right time to complete his breakthrough in one go. This process of devouring and refining lasted for a total of half a year. This half a year was also the time when the people outside of the lightning pool of the void left. During this half a year, Xiaoyan was still immersed in his crazy training. Compared to when he had just entered the lightning pool of the void, his strength was many times stronger. Until a certain moment, the energy that was unceasingly accumulating within Xiaoyan's body finally erupted like a volcano. The instant Xiaoyan opened his eyes, the energy turned into a surging flood of dou qi. Like wild horses that had escaped their reins, they wantonly galloped within Xiaoyan's body. The invisible barrier within Xiaoyan's body also emitted a bang and burst apart. Immediately, following the pouring of dou qi, the aura within Xiaoyan's body rapidly soared. It was like a river that had broken through a dam. In a short few breaths' time, Xiaoyan's strength had completely broken through the shackles of a 3-star half-martial emperor and successfully advanced to a new level. 4-star half-martial emperor. Carefully sensing the changes in the aura within his body, Xiaoyan could not help but exhale a mouthful of turbid air that had been suppressed in his chest. The exhausted expression on his face rapidly disappeared and his heart became relaxed. So this is a 4-star half-martial emperor. Xiaoyan lightly clenched his fist, and the dou qi in his body quickly condensed in the center of his palm. As Xiaoyan closed his hand, it gradually dissipated. With a gentle twist of his wrist, Xiaoyan's palm swung out in a lightning-like manner. This palm did not contain the slightest bit of dou qi. However, just by relying on its momentum, the instant this palm was thrown out, the empty space in front of Xiaoyan was suddenly compressed into a basketball-sized invisible air cannon. Following a sharp ear-piercing explosion, the black-colored thunderbolts within a couple of feet in front of Xiaoyan were scattered by this attack. Is this the power of a 4-star half-martial emperor? Sure enough, it's different from that of a 3-star half-martial emperor. Furthermore, after being tempered by the lightning for the past half-year, it seems that my body has become much stronger than before. Muttering in a low voice, Xiaoyan's eyes stared at the small space above his palm. His 5 fingers slowly spread open, allowing his various nerves to relax as much as possible. At a certain instant, Xiaoyan's expression suddenly turned ruthless. At the same time, a frightening force abruptly gathered in his relaxed palm. Immediately after, his 5 slender fingers were like guillotines that were instantly retracted. Bringing along a frightening wind that tore through space, they fiercely clenched together with a loud bang. Bang! The empty space around Xiaoyan's hands suddenly burst apart the moment his 5 fingers were tightly clenched. A muffled thunder-like explosion spread. This frightening force was likely something that even some of the Band D-class magical beasts, who were renowned for their powerful physical bodies, would have difficulty matching. Huff, this feeling is truly not bad. With the current strength of my physical body, I'm afraid that even a 3-star half-martial emperor would be able to fight against him with my physical body. Xiao Yan lightly grinned. Tempering one's body through pain was indeed the fastest way to grow. Withdrawing his gaze, Xiao Yan's expression was relaxed as he turned his gaze towards the other two directions. The Northern King was still weaving through countless terrifying pitch-black lightning bolts. Compared to the beginning, the Northern King was much more proactive now. Any lightning bolt that came within 10 feet of the Northern King would be blasted apart by the Northern King in the most violent manner possible with a single punch. Then, the Northern King would press forward and absorb the lightning energy into his body. The Northern King's aura also became more and more tyrannical. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan couldn't help but smile and nod. The Northern King's strength also gave Xiao Yan more confidence when traveling outside. After all, this world only recognized strength. The weak could only be trampled on by others. Only strength could make others take you seriously. Of course, as long as you were strong enough, those fellows wouldn't care about the origin or ownership of that strength. However, the prerequisite was that you had to have that strength. When Xiao Yan shifted his gaze away from the Northern King and looked at Xiao Jin on the other side, his calm face involuntarily twitched. The way he looked at Xiao Jin was as though he was looking at a monster. At this moment, Xiao Jin was lazily entrenched in the void. Under its special pressure, the streaks of black lightning seemed to have received some kind of order and actually lined up strangely. As Xiao Jin opened and closed its mouth, they automatically jumped into Xiao Jin's mouth one after another. It looked like a monarch receiving offerings from his subjects. It was especially eye-catching. Xiao Yan's face twitched as he was stunned. In the past half a year, he had suffered a lot in order to refine the lightning. Not only did Xiao Yan have to endure the terrifying power of the lightning, which was unbearable for ordinary people, he also had to suppress the violent nature of the lightning while refining and absorbing it. Although it seemed simple, the pain was something that only Xiao Yan could understand. After all, the lightning bolts were something that even someone like Mu Han would be afraid of. Although they wouldn't take the initiative to attack after being intimidated by Xiao Jin, their passive resistance was still quite powerful. However, Xiao Jin was currently belittling the strength that Xiao Yan had obtained through endless pain as if it was just a game. This was a huge blow to Xiao Yan's heart. When Xiao Yan focused his gaze, his dark black pupils suddenly shrunk. The expression on his face was clearly startled. Following which, he frowned slightly. He couldn't help but feel astonished by the scene in front of him. As Xiao Jin continued to swallow, Xiao Yan realized that some cuticle-like doqi crystals had appeared on the surface of Xiao Jin's body. These crystals gradually spread from Xiao Jin's tail. The speed at which they spread was based on the speed at which Xiao Jin swallowed the lightning. Clearly, this was a sign that Xiao Jin was about to fall into a deep slumber. From the looks of it, Xiao Jin will likely fall into a deep slumber for a period of time soon. Xiao Yan's gaze looked at Xiao Jin. His gaze occasionally looked at the golden cuticle that was spreading across Xiao Jin's body at an extremely slow speed as he muttered softly. At the same time, a pretty little girl that looked like she was carved from jade involuntarily appeared in Xiao Yan's mind. Back then, Ziyan had also experienced such a situation. Of course, things were different now. He didn't know how long Xiao Jin would fall into a deep slumber this time around. Xiao Yan gently shook his head. He returned to his senses and rested for a moment. A thought passed through his mind and an avatar sat cross-legged opposite of Xiao Yan. Chapter 321. Crackle, the lightning energy also had a tempering effect on one's soul energy. However, in this half a year of cultivation, Xiao Yan's soul energy did not increase by much. Although he had just made a breakthrough, his soul energy was still stuck at the peak late-stage martial emperor realm. Although Xiao Yan was already able to touch the barrier between the Martial Emperor Realm's soul and the Consolidation Realm, he had yet to make a breakthrough. If he was unable to break through this barrier, Xiao Yan would not be able to condense a soul bead, much less become a rank 3 alchemist. Feeling helpless in his heart, he could only place his attention on his incarnation for the time being. No matter what, the strength of his incarnation was also a kind of increase in strength for Xiao Yan. After a long period of refinement, the strength of Xiao Yan's incarnation had successfully broken through to the 2-star half-martial emperor realm. To Xiao Yan, this was something that was within his expectations. As the incarnation was slowly being refined, time quietly passed. In the blink of an eye, another half a year had passed. From the time Xiao Yan entered the lightning pool until now, a year had already passed. In this half a year, the strength of Xiao Yan's incarnation had also increased to that of a 3-star half-martial emperor. It had even reached the late-stage 3-star half-martial emperor realm. It was only a matter of time before it broke through to the 4-star half-martial emperor realm and reached the same level as Xiao Yan's main body. However, as the strength of his incarnation increased, Xiao Yan gradually started to frown. In the end, his brows started to knit together. When the strength of his incarnation increased to the peak late-stage 3-star half-martial emperor realm, no matter how Xiao Yan controlled the lightning to refine his incarnation strength was still shackled and could not increase in the slightest. Faced with this situation, Xiao Yan could only frown. He knew that his incarnation strength had reached a bottleneck. If he wanted his incarnation to break through the bottleneck and become a 4-star half-martial emperor, Xiao Yan's own soul energy must first make a breakthrough. Only when his soul energy reached the consolidation realm would his incarnation strength have the space to increase. From there, he would be able to make a breakthrough and become a 4-star half-martial emperor. Xiao Yan smiled bitterly in his heart. After going around in circles, in the end, it was still because his main body was not strong enough. If he couldn't let his soul power break through to the consolidation realm, then his incarnation wouldn't be able to break through the bottleneck and his strength wouldn't be able to increase. However, judging from Xiao Yan's current situation, according to his normal cultivation speed, if Xiao Yan wanted to increase his soul energy to the consolidation realm, he would have to wait until Xiao Yan's strength reached late-stage 4-star half-martial emperor. Only then would he be able to make a breakthrough and condense a soul bead. However, no one knew how long this process would take. In the future, the opponents that Xiao Yan would face would be even more powerful. Especially after he arrived in the western region, as he possessed the Sky Extinction Step, he would be targeted by the 4 great sects sooner or later. At that time, the opponents that Xiao Yan would have to face would not be as simple as half-emperors. Back then, the sect masters of the 4 great sects were already 9-star half-martial emperors. After so many years, they would have definitely broken through their shackles and stepped into the Do-Di level. Do-Di. At that level, even if the current Xiao Yan were to go all out and use all of his methods, he would still not be able to defeat them. As for Xiao Yan, it was impossible for him to trouble Guyu to do everything for him. In the end, he still had to walk his own path. Although Guyu was a protector, he would not be able to protect Xiao Yan forever. If that was really the case, then it could only be said that Guyu had misjudged Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan stared at the incarnation before him. After a long time, a stubborn expression gradually appeared on his face. He clenched his teeth tightly and his hands under his sleeves slowly clenched into fists. Low creaking sounds were emitted. After a moment, Xiao Yan said sternly in his heart, "I didn't succeed last time. This time, I will definitely condense a soul bead." Xiao Yan suddenly raised his eyes after the low cry sounded in his heart. He looked at the dark black thunderbolts in the empty space. The lightning strength and pure Do-Chi energy contained within them would be his greatest reliance in forming a soul bead this time around. Xiao Yan acted as soon as he thought of this. He waved his sleeve and the incarnation before him disappeared. It turned into soul energy and returned to Xiao Yan's body. After that, Xiao Yan turned his head to look at the Northern King and Xiao Jin. After an entire year of devouring and refining, the Northern King's strength had already risen to the peak of the 8-star half-martial emperor level. He was only a step away from becoming a 9-star half-martial emperor. Moreover, from the looks of it, it would not be long before the Northern King would truly become a 9-star half-martial emperor. On the other side, just as Xiao Yan had predicted half a year ago, Xiao Jin's pure Doqi energy had turned into a crystal and completely enveloped Xiao Jin's body. Xiao Jin seemed to be sleeping as he slowly refined the extremely pure Doqi energy. When the Doqi energy was completely refined, Xiao Jin's nirvana would be completed. Seeing that the Northern King and Xiao Jin were on the right track, Xiao Yan felt very gratified in his heart. To Xiao Yan, the strength of these two people was a kind of strength. After resting for a moment, Xiao Yan once again sat down cross-legged. He slowly circulated the flame mantra within his body and adjusted his body's condition to its peak. 2 hours later, Xiao Yan, who was in the midst of his training, slowly opened his eyes. A glint flashed across his dark black pupils. The aura all over his body was withdrawn, much like a hidden dragon in an abyss sharpening its sword and returning it to its sheath. However, the invisible force that was faintly emitted was still like a sharp sword that shook one's soul. Xiao Yan deeply breathed in a mouthful of cool air. At this moment, all the distracting thoughts in his heart had completely calmed down. After a moment, he slowly closed his eyes. He was about to enter a state of cultivation. Xiao Yan, boy, you've only just broken through to the 4-star half-martial emperor level. Are you sure you want to enter the 5-star half-martial emperor level so soon? Gu Yu's slightly worried voice sounded from Xiao Yan's body. This caused Xiao Yan, who was about to enter a state of cultivation, to frown. The martial technique that he had just circulated in his body also stopped. Sigh, Xiao Yan let out a deep sigh. How could he not understand Gu Yu's words? However, he knew better than anyone that he needed strength. He needed a sufficiently powerful strength in order to possess the ability to protect himself on this continent, where there were so many experts. The path of cultivation is about gradual progress. I know this very well. Time waits for no man. No matter how much logic there is, it's better to talk about it later. Right now, the most important thing is to possess what I have. If I'm not strong enough, I'm afraid that I won't have an easy time when I reach the western region. After hearing Xiao Yan's words, Gu Yu also understood in his heart what kind of attitude Xiao Yan held toward him. In the end, Xiao Yan only wished to rely on his own strength. He did not wish to have to hide behind Gu Yu all the way. After all, Gu Yu would not be able to help Xiao Yan deal with every opponent. After being silent for a long time, Gu Yu's slightly gratified sigh sounded from the bottom of Xiao Yan's heart. After that, Gu Yu laughed heartily and said, "Haha, that's good. That's what a hot-blooded man should do. You have to face difficulties yourself. Strength is also obtained through fighting. Since you have the heart to do so, this old man will not stop you. I don't want you to say that I'm a busybody. Haha. Go, give it your all. As long as you can endure in this lightning pool, this old man believes that breaking through to the 5-star half-martial emperor level will not be a problem." Chapter 322. Boy Xiao Yan, breaking through to the 5th star is not as easy as when you broke through to the 4th star. Back then, your strength was already at the peak of the late-stage 3-star half-martial emperor realm. Adding on the many battles you had before, it was naturally easy for you to break through to the 5th star. However, it is different now. Gu Yu appeared from Xiao Yan's body and stood before Xiao Yan. He was helping Xiao Yan analyze the difficulties he was currently facing. It has only been half a year since you broke through to the 4th star half-martial emperor realm. A short half a year is not enough for you to increase your strength by much. Even now, the Do Qi in your body is still somewhat unstable. To you, who is about to break through to the 5th-star half-martial emperor realm, this is not good news. I believe that you should be aware of this. After saying those words, Gu Yu's gaze landed on Xiao Yan. He remained silent. As Xiao Yan was now a 4-star half-martial emperor, he naturally knew the situation he was facing. No matter how much Gu Yu said, it was only to sound the alarm for Xiao Yan before he attempted to break through to the 5th-star half-martial emperor realm. As for what to do, it was still up to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan naturally understood the meaning behind Gu Yu's words. To be able to reach his current level, there were actually many things that did not need to be said. He knew what to do. However, before he did it, he was inevitably still worried. He had just broken through to the 4th-star half-martial emperor realm. Only half a year had passed. To attempt to break through to the 5th-star half-martial emperor realm in such a short period of time would be very stressful for anyone. It would be one thing if he succeeded. However, if he failed, it would not be a simple light injury. If he failed to break through to the 5th-star half-martial emperor realm with the strength of an early-stage 4-star half-martial emperor, it would lead to a tragic ending. It was very likely that he would suffer for the rest of his life. If it was light, there would be repercussions. If it was heavy, one's strength would decline, and he would be unable to advance for the rest of his life. Regardless of which of these two things happened, Xiao Yan would be in pain for the rest of his life, unable to extricate himself. Fortunately, Gu Yu was by Xiao Yan's side. Although Xiao Yan was a little worried in his heart, he was still confident. This allowed Xiao Yan's mind to not be disturbed when he attempted to break through to the 5th star of the half-martial emperor class. This also increased Xiao Yan's chances of successfully breaking through. After all, sometimes, no matter how difficult the difficulty in front of you was, as long as you had confidence, even if it was only 1 in 10,000, it could be the key to success. Xiao Yan had always believed in this point. Xiao Yan made a decision in his heart. He ceased procrastinating as he lifted his head. His eyes carried a grave expression as they swept over the countless number of dark black frightening thunderbolts within the lightning pool. Currently, Xiao Yan's strength could not be considered to be stable. Ordinarily, it would naturally be impossible for him to break through to the rank of a 5-star half-martial emperor in his current state. However, if he were to possess the frightening lightning before him, the result would naturally be different. The berserk energy contained within the lightning energy would be able to help Xiao Yan rapidly condense the illusory Do Qi in his body the instant he unleashed his Do Qi. Not only that, it would also be able to help Xiao Yan rapidly break through to the rank of a 5-star half-martial emperor. Of course, if he wanted to quickly obtain strength, Xiao Yan would have to endure the berserk energy of the 100 lightning bolts at the same time. As he condensed his Do Qi, he would have to refine and absorb all of the berserk energy. Only in this way would Xiao Yan be able to obtain sufficient strength in a short period of time to break through to the rank of a 5-star half-martial emperor. Xiao Yan exhaled a long breath with some fear in his heart. A thread of cold sweat involuntarily fell from the corner of his forehead. Refining 100 dark black thunderbolts at the same time. This kind of action was something that even that old ghost Mu Han did not have the courage to think about, much less him. However, Xiao Yan had no other choice at the moment. Xiao Yan was silent for a moment before his body suddenly shook. A thought passed through his mind and the heavenly flame within the vortex in his body immediately spread out. Xiao Yan's entire body was filled with a turbulent, heavenly flame, protecting his body. After that, Xiao Yan no longer hesitated. He opened his mouth and frantically devouring power surged out from his mouth. The devouring power turned into a flaming tornado in front of Xiao Yan and frantically devoured the pitch-black lightning bolts within the lightning pool. After the lightning bolts entered Xiao Yan's body, under the dangerous aura of a 4-star half-martial emperor and the high temperature of the heavenly flame, the nearly 100 lightning bolts that were devoured into Xiao Yan's body immediately started to violently struggle. Bang 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 bang. Following the violent struggle of the 100 lightning bolts, bursts of muffled thunder-like banging sounds could be heard from Xiao Yan's body. Extremely frightening berserk energy continued to wreak havoc within Xiao Yan's body. If it wasn't for the protection of the heavenly flame, Xiao Yan's body would have already turned into a pile of black ashes under the frightening berserk energy. However, even though that was the case, when those frightening lightning bolts erupted with berserk doqi energy, Xiao Yan still felt very uncomfortable. After the lightning bolts dispersed, the berserk energy started to run amok all over Xiao Yan's body. The unbearable pain and numbness caused all sorts of feelings to well up in Xiao Yan's heart. In front of this berserk energy, even the heavenly flame, which had always been successful, was extremely strenuous to refine. In order to temporarily suppress the situation within his body, Xiao Yan could only use all his strength to temporarily gather the berserk energy together. After which, he used the heavenly flame to form a fire medicinal cauldron to forcefully suppress the berserk energy and temporarily stabilize the situation within his body. After a long period of refinement, Xiao Yan also discovered that this berserk energy was not as easy to refine as he had imagined. Even though he used all his strength to refine it with the heavenly flame, the result was still very little. This caused Xiao Yan's heart to feel extremely grave. He believed that this refinement would definitely be the greatest challenge that he had ever faced with a heavenly flame. Time swiftly flowed by following the slow refinement of Xiao Yan's heavenly flame. Another half a year passed. However, the berserk energy within Xiao Yan's body still appeared to be completely indifferent in the face of the frightening heavenly flame that could burn the sky and boil the sea. Instead, under the continuous grilling and refinement of the heavenly flame, the berserk energy and the destructive force of nearly 100 thunderbolts actually gradually merged together in a strange manner within the fire cauldron. The aura that erupted from within also became increasingly frightening. The energy within it was about to reach the point where Xiao Yan was unable to control it. Xiao Yan's expression was solemn. However, there was nothing he could do in his heart. The wild and violent energy within his body was like a bomb that could explode at any moment. Once he lost control of it, the outcome that Xiao Yan would have to face was that he would be turned into dust. Faced with this current situation, Xiao Yan's heart continued to complain incessantly. In the face of this frightening energy, he felt that his aura of a 4-star ban emperor seemed extremely weak and insignificant. He even regretted doing such a crazy thing back then. However, there was no turning back for an arrow that had been shot. It was already too late to regret now. Xiao Yan no longer had any path of retreat. Once he chose to give up, he would immediately receive a destructive storm-like attack. Relaxing would mean death. At this moment, Xiao Yan could only place all his hope on Guyu, who was within his body. After all, he was the only one who was able to turn the situation around. On the other side, while Xiao Yan's heart was solemn as he placed all his attention on the berserk energy within his body, Little Gold, who was wrapped in an energy cuticle within the lightning pool in the empty realm, actually began to wiggle in an undetectable manner after having slept for a year. Its tightly shut eyes slowly opened. There was a purple gold luster continuously flowing within its bell-like eyes. Chapter 323. While Xiao Yan was refining the wild and violent energy within his body with great difficulty, there was a square in a bustling city 5,000 kilometers away. At this moment, there were people coming and going in all directions. There were several huge teleportation formations in the square. Many people were using those formations to head to the central region. Apart from a few large forces, only this place had a teleportation formation that led to the central region in the entire southern region. This huge city was also the most bustling city in the entire southern region. The provincial capital of the southern region was called the Southern Wasteland Ancient City. At this moment, on a wide street that led to the square where the teleportation formation was located, a white-clothed figure was approaching from afar. He was slowly walking towards the square. The person seemed to walk slowly, but upon closer inspection, one would discover that the soles of his shoes did not touch the ground as he walked. He was walking in the air with wind beneath his feet. Even though he was quite a distance away, he had already arrived in front of the square in the span of a few breaths. When he arrived, the man expressionlessly handed over a large sum of spirit coins that would make anyone's eyes turn red. He then passed through the crowd and stepped into a teleportation formation that had yet to be activated. Only after entering the formation did the man raise his youthful face, which appeared extremely cold. He gently lifted his chin as his gaze shot towards the distant sky in the northwestern direction. An invisible icy aura spread out from his body, causing the few people who were closer to him to involuntarily have a slight change in expression. This icy aura was just like a fierce ghost that had crawled out from hell. Although it did not possess any lethality, it caused one's hair to stand on end. Xiao Yan, just you wait. You destroyed my clan. I will definitely take back this debt. As the man's extremely resentful and hoarse cry rang out, the pair of fair hands hidden under his sleeves slowly clenched. The young man was the first young master of the Su clan, Su Zhen, when Xiao Yan had passed through Yanluo City. In the next moment, the teleportation formation under Su Zhen's feet emitted a dazzling golden light that blocked everyone's sight. Immediately, when the golden light scattered, Su Zhen and the few other human figures in the teleportation formation disappeared from the teleportation formation. The liveliness and prosperity in the city continued. However, there was a monstrous resentment that had yet to completely disappear that lingered above the city for a long time. Bang! An explosion that could no longer be suppressed was emitted from within the vortex. The medicinal cauldron that was agglomerated from the heavenly flame broke. Immediately, an extremely wild and violent doqi energy swiftly swept out. Under this wild and violent energy, all of Xiao Yan's heavenly flame defense was like a thin piece of paper that was easily crushed. Soon after, the energy storm swept toward the tendons and bones in Xiao Yan's body. Under this frightening might, Xiao Yan did not even have the ability to resist. Xiao Yan's face immediately turned pale with fright when the heavenly flame scattered. His heart instantly became incomparably solemn. He hurriedly maneuvered the turbulent doqi within the vortex in his body and agglomerated a layer of solid doqi film within his body, doing his best to block the wild and violent doqi energy. However, despite using all of his strength, Xiao Yan still had difficulty blocking the wild and violent attack of the doqi energy. The wild and violent doqi was like numerous large hammers that violently smashed onto the doqi film that Xiao Yan had agglomerated. Each time it collided, it caused Xiao Yan's expression to become a little paler. In just a short moment, Xiao Yan's face had already become completely bloodless and as pale as paper. Bang! Following another muffled bang sound that was emitted, the doqi film that had agglomerated on the surface of Xiao Yan's qi paths and internal organs finally shattered with a bang. Soon after, the doqi swept out and Xiao Yan could not help but wildly spit out a mouthful of blood. The aura of his entire body also instantly became weak. Roar! Xiao Yan's expression was ferocious. His mouth, which was dyed scarlet by fresh blood, emitted a sharp roar with all of his strength. At the same time, the bloodline strength within the blood in his body was instantly activated. In an instant, the doqi within Xiao Yan's body also became extremely thick and wild and violent. In an instant, this strength was actually not the slightest bit weaker than the wild and violent doqi energy. At the end of the day, the wild and violent energy was merely an enormous cluster of doqi. After being continuously refined by the heavenly flame for half a year, the wild and violent energy that had erupted from the 100 thunderbolts might have been merged together. However, the degree of its wild and violent nature had clearly decreased. From another perspective, this also indicated the result of the refinement. However, this was ultimately not a long-term solution. With the flow of time, the bloodline strength within Xiao Yan's body was gradually exhausted. The wild and violent doqi actually took the opportunity to invade Xiao Yan's qi paths in flesh. Following this, Xiao Yan's body also began to swell uncontrollably in a strange manner. What? Xiao Yan's heart was extremely alarmed. Originally, he wanted to temporarily suppress the wild and violent energy. Who knew that he would end up overreaching himself and actually end up harming himself? At this moment, Xiao Yan's heart was incomparably solemn. Although he had the intention to stop the wild and violent Douqi energy, the Douqi within his body had already been scattered by the energy in his current condition. He was also unable to agglomerate the heavenly flame. He could only watch with his own eyes as his body gradually swelled like an inflated balloon under the energy. However, there was nothing he could do. Damn it! Within a short moment, Xiao Yan's body had already forcefully expanded by more than 3 times compared to its original size. His entire person looked just like a huge bear. The flesh all over his body had been torn apart under the impact of the energy. Fresh blood spurted out from the cracks all over Xiao Yan's body. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Within a short span of a few breaths, Xiao Yan had been completely dyed into a terrifying-looking blood person. Xiao Yan clenched his teeth tightly. His scarlet eyes were protruding to a high degree. His eyeballs were about to split apart. The veins on his forehead bulged and almost twisted into a bowl. His face that was dyed red with fresh blood appeared extremely distorted. The muscles around his neck appeared as though they were about to be torn apart. From head to toe, as long as he could still control his body at this moment, there was not a single part of his body that was not tense. Due to the extreme condensation of the energy, wherever the muscles bulged, the torn wound would become even larger. His flesh and blood would be torn apart and fresh blood would spurt out. It was incomparably terrifying. It was likely that even a bloodthirsty magic beast would feel fear in its heart and crawl and tremble if it saw this kind of scene. Pucci, that was not all. Dazzling scarlet blood continued to spurt out from Xiao Yan's mouth. Waves of dizziness continuously appeared in his mind. However, the tearing pain in his body caused Xiao Yan to be forced into a state of unconsciousness. It was extremely painful. Ah! A hoarse roar was emitted like thunder. The empty space became distorted and burst apart under this roar. Xiao Yan's body was still wildly swelling in an uncontrollable manner. Even so, Gu Yu, who was residing in Xiao Yan's body, did not have any intention of saving him. He was waiting. He was waiting for the final moment to arrive. If he took action now, Xiao Yan would definitely be saved. However, his persistence over the past half a year and all the pain he had endured would be in vain. This was what Xiao Yan did not want to see. It was also Gu Yu's final determination. How could Gu Yu not be moved when he saw Xiao Yan in such pain? However, sometimes, strength was hard to come by. If one did not fight with their life on the line, one would never know how great one's potential was. If one did not persist, one would never know how far one was from success. Perhaps, Gu Yu's persistence in waiting for this short period of time would give Xiao Yan a rare opportunity. And this wait went on for 3 days. With the strength of Xiao Yan's body, he could still barely hold on for 3 days. However, if this continued, Xiao Yan would not be too far away from death. Sigh. You're a little too hasty. Sigh. You are indeed a little impatient. How could it be so easy to make consecutive breakthroughs? Moreover, you are now a half-martial emperor. However, it is already very good for you to be able to reach this stage. Such courage is something that not many people possess. Moreover, you were able to endure for such a long time under the destruction of these energies. Gu Yu frowned as he looked at Xiao Yan, who was covered in blood. He could not bear to see him like this. However, at the same time, he was gratified. Xiao Yan's actions were indeed crazy. The end result was indeed tragic. However, no matter what, Xiao Yan was able to persist for such a long time under the berserk energy that even a 9-star half-martial emperor did not dare to underestimate. This alone was enough to prove that Xiao Yan was not ordinary. Today's failure might leave Xiao Yan with a lot of pain. However, this pain would also wake up Xiao Yan in the future. He would not be blinded by anything he did. There were losses, but there were also gains. A soft light flashed and Guyu appeared. He waved his sleeve and was about to help Xiao Yan suppress the berserk energy in his body. Roar! However, at this moment, the entire lightning pool suddenly shook violently. Terrifying energy ripples swept across the entire lightning pool. Guyu's expression changed slightly. He turned his head and saw the source of the energy ripples. He could not help but feel a little surprised in his heart. At this moment, one could see a 99-foot-long golden dragon floating in the empty realm lightning pool. Its frightening pressure caused the thunderbolts to tremble. At the same time, Guyu sensed that the wild and violent energy within Xiao Yan's body had been withdrawn a little under the pressure of the enormous dragon. Roar! The huge dragon widened its mouth. A dragon roar that reached the sky was accompanied by a golden light pillar that shot into the endless void and disappeared into the depths. Soon after, the huge dragon's body suddenly turned. It was accompanied by a violent wind that sent the nearby thunderbolts flying by 1,000 feet. The huge dragon head lifted high and a proud dragon roar was emitted once again. Soon after, a terrifying golden thunderbolt roared out from the deepest part of the lightning pool in the endless void. Soon after, the huge golden dragon roared furiously in front of Guyu's eyes and swallowed the thunderbolt. After swallowing the thunderbolt, the huge dragon symbolically snorted. After which, it looked at Xiao Yan, who was covered in blood, beside Guyu. The strange purple gold light in its huge dragon eyes gradually became denser. Chapter 324. Xiao Jin's large body carefully wrapped around the blood-drenched Xiao Yan in the middle of the lightning pool. Soon after, waves of low and deep dragon roars sounded. A strange pressure was emitted from Xiao Jin's body, causing all the thunderbolts in the lightning pool to tremble. Xiao Jin was just like the king of this place. Every change in its mood would cause a change in all the thunderbolts in the lightning pool. If Xiao Jin could only exert a little pressure on these thunderbolts a year and a half ago, it could now control the life and death of these thunderbolts. These fellows, with their weak intelligence, had no choice but to obey Xiao Jin's every order in order to survive in this lightning pool. Xiao Yan's expanding body calmed down after the pressure was emitted from Xiao Jin's body. The wild and violent energy within Xiao Yan's body was gradually withdrawn into the vortex within Xiao Yan's body because of Xiao Jin's pressure. The appearance of this scene not only surprised Xiao Yan, who was currently suffering, but even Guyu, who was standing behind Xiao Jin, revealed a trace of surprise in his turbid old eyes. Xiao Yan's body, which was on the verge of exploding, became like a deflated balloon as the wild and violent energy gradually gathered. His body gradually returned to its original size. However, the serious injuries that he had suffered caused Xiao Yan to have difficulty moving. Xiao Yan sighed helplessly in his heart. However, he did not dare to relax his body. This was because the moment he relaxed, the tensed wounds all over his body would loosen. Fresh blood would flow out even more ferociously than before, and the pain that he suffered would increase once again. In this way, Xiao Yan was just like an injured infant being hugged by the enormous dragon. Guyu did not remain idle. He first fed Xiao Yan an extremely gentle D-tier healing medicinal pill. After which, he helped Xiao Yan wipe away the blood on his body. However, the expression in Guyu's old eyes involuntarily hardened just as he was about to act. He focused his eyes and saw that Xiao Jin, who was gently wrapping around Xiao Yan's body, was gradually absorbing the blood that was flowing out from Xiao Yan's body. The blood followed the bright golden dragon scales and flowed to the joints between the dragon scales. It followed the gaps and was absorbed into Xiao Jin's body. Guyu's expression did not change much when he saw this scene. However, a strange glint involuntarily flashed across his turbid old eyes. A moment later, Gu turned his eyes after the blood on Xiao Yan's body had been completely absorbed by Xiao Jin. He looked at Xiao Jin's large dragon eyes. It is indeed like this again. At this moment, there was a rich purple gold light flowing deep within Xiao Jin's large dragon eyes. Xiao Jin involuntarily emitted a deep dragon roar from its mouth, causing the entire space to tremble. A long while later, the medicinal effect of the medicinal pill in Xiao Yan's body took effect. The mysterious D-tier medicinal pill was immediately revealed. Within a short few hours, most of the injuries on Xiao Yan's body had healed. Of course, this was also because Xiao Yan's injuries were only physical. Although they appeared extremely terrifying, it was fortunate that they did not cause any serious damage to his cultivation or soul. Otherwise, even with the D-tier medicinal pill, Xiao Yan would not have been able to recover so quickly. With the rapid recovery of his injuries, the aura within Xiao Yan's body also gradually recovered. A few days later, Xiao Yan's complexion had once again become rosy. He immediately entered his training state again. This time, with Xiao Jin's absolute suppression, the wild and violent energy within Xiao Yan's body had turned into a cluster of extremely gentle and enormous do qi. As long as Xiao Yan devoured it, he would have the opportunity to become a 5-star half-martial emperor. Xiao Yan would not hesitate when faced with such an opportunity. Compared to the wild and violent state from before, it was much easier to refine and absorb the do qi at this moment. As the heavenly flame continued to refine the do qi, Xiao Yan's strength also rapidly increased. In a short 2 months, Xiao Yan's strength had increased from an initial 4-star half-martial emperor to an intermediate Xiao Yan. The refining process within his body continued. Xiao Yan's strength also continued to grow. Ha! With a loud shout, Xiao Yan borrowed the final strand of do qi from within his body and attempted to break through the barrier to become a 5-star half-martial emperor. Bang! A muffled bang sound was heard from within Xiao Yan's body. However, after several attempts, Xiao Yan ultimately returned in disappointment. Although Xiao Yan's strength had reached the late stage of a 4-star half-martial emperor after devouring the do qi, the amount of do qi that he needed to break through to become a 5-star half-martial emperor was far more than this. With merely this amount of do qi, it was simply impossible for him to break through the barrier to become a 4-star half-martial emperor and become a 5-star half-martial emperor. Damn it! Why did it have to go wrong at such a time? Sensing the gap between his strength and that formless barrier, Xiao Yan could not help but feel a bit of anger in his heart. He did not expect that the amount of do qi that he had risked his life to refine was only this amount of do qi. Although the current Xiao Yan seemed to have reached the late stage of a 4-star half-martial emperor, the amount of do qi that he had broken through to become a 4-star half-martial emperor did not need to be said. Although the strength that he had gained in a short period of time did not seem weak, if he were to fight against an expert of the same level as him, he would discover that the density of his do qi was simply inferior to that of his opponent. Regardless of whether it was the collision of do skills or the consumption of do qi, he would be greatly inferior to that of his opponent. Thus, his overall strength would naturally be inferior by a large margin. This was also the thing that Xiao Yan had always feared the most when increasing his strength. To Xiao Yan, forcefully breaking through to become a 5-star half-martial emperor was not a small matter to begin with. He also knew that after becoming a 5-star half-martial emperor, he would likely have to spend a very long period of time to break through. However, in order to allow his soul strength and incarnation strength to break through, he had no choice but to take this risk. However, looking at the current situation, it seemed that he had rejoiced for nothing. Damn it! I've worked so hard, but in the end, I'm still unable to break through. Could it be that I'm really going to fail at the final stage? No. Today, I will definitely break through to become a 5-star half-martial emperor. Xiao Yan's brows were tightly knitted together. The flames of fury in his heart immediately rose, and a ruthless aura emerged from the bottom of his heart. Xiao Yan no longer cared about anything else. He forcibly operated the Do Qi within his body and began to attack the barrier between him and the 5-star half-martial emperor. In an instant, Xiao Yan's reason was actually drowned by the flames of fury in his heart. He wholeheartedly wanted to forcefully break through the barrier and forcefully increase his strength to become a 5-star half-martial emperor. However, he had completely forgotten about his current state. Ha! Break! Break for me! Furious shouts filled with madness unceasingly erupted from the bottom of his heart. With a thought, the Do Qi within the vortex within his body started to violently surge. The flame technique was rapidly operated. Borrowing the Do Qi within his body, he forcefully attacked the barrier of the 5-star half-martial emperor. Bang! Bang! As Xiao Yan unceasingly attacked the barrier again and again, the breakthrough that he had imagined did not appear in the slightest. This caused Xiao Yan to become even more furious. His body that was sitting cross-legged suddenly shook. His eyes suddenly opened wide, and his mouth opened wide. His eyes and mouth simultaneously emitted a magnificent fiery radiance. His aura continued to rise as he charged toward the 5-star half-martial emperor. At this very moment, Guyu was finally unable to sit still. He had originally thought that with Xiao Yan's temperament, it would be fine if he failed a few times, and that he would naturally retreat in the face of difficulties. However, who would have thought that he would actually be muddle-headed at this moment, and insist on trying to forcefully break through? From the looks of it, it would be very difficult to forcefully pull him back. This brat, he has already suffered once. Why is he still so immature? If he fails, then he fails. At the very most, he can just cultivate again. Why is he still so stubborn? Sigh. Seeing Xiao Yan's crazy actions, Guyu felt helpless in his heart. At this moment, Xiao Yan's aura was at its peak. If he were to forcefully interrupt it, it would likely affect Xiao Yan's future cultivation. Thus, he could only helplessly hope that Xiao Yan would be able to forcefully break through. Only by doing so would he be able to stabilize his current state of mind. Chapter 325. Ha! Break! Break for me! Xiao Yan once again let out a furious roar in his heart. All the Do Qi in his body surged out at this moment. He used all his strength to attack the barrier between Xiao Yan and the 5th-star half-martial emperor. Bang! Unfortunately, regardless of how Xiao Yan used all his strength, that layer of invisible barrier still did not move even a little. Regardless of how powerful Xiao Yan's attacks were, they were all useless. Instead, it was Xiao Yan's own strength that suffered an extremely great backlash under the repeated attacks. Xiao Yan's aura had also become weak. If this continued, it was likely that his strength would be greatly affected. This brat, I cannot allow him to continue. If this continues, I'm afraid that even the old me will not be able to control the outcome. Guyu muttered softly after seeing Xiao Yan forcefully maneuver the Do Qi within his body with a crazy expression to attack the barrier of a 5-star bandit. A solemn expression involuntarily rose in Guyu's heart as he softly muttered. Given Xiao Yan's current condition, it was impossible for him to forcefully break through to the 5th star without the support of sufficient pure Do Qi. Although there was an uncountable amount of lightning energy in this space, Xiao Yan did not have the time to refine it at this moment. Guyu might be able to help Xiao Yan break through to the 5th star, but he would not do so. His bottom line was to ensure that Xiao Yan was safe. Guyu could only rely on himself to break through. When Xiao Yan once again failed to attack the barrier, Guyu finally grasped the opportunity. His body moved, and he arrived in front of Xiao Yan. He extended a finger and shot it toward the spot between Xiao Yan's eyebrows. Roar! However, just as Guyu's finger was about to land between Xiao Yan's eyebrows, Xiao Jin, who was lingering around Xiao Yan, suddenly emitted a low roar. The dragon roar was like an enormous wave that swept toward Guyu along with a powerful invisible wave. Guyu's expression was involuntarily startled when he saw this. His body took 2 steps back. Only then did he wave his sleeve and randomly break the invisible wave that was heading toward him. After which, he frowned slightly as he looked at Xiao Jin. The corner of his mouth curled as he reprimanded Xiao Jin. "Little fellow, can't you tell that I am trying to save him? Why are you so stubborn? If the old me still does not act, this brat's future training will be troublesome." Xiao Jin clearly understood Guyu's words, but he did not have any intention of giving way. Instead, his enormous body once again twisted and completely surrounded Xiao Yan. In this way, Guyu would have to go through Xiao Jin if he wanted to approach Xiao Yan. Guyu involuntarily felt a little surprised when he saw Xiao Jin's actions. Although Xiao Jin had yet to take human form, his intelligence was not inferior to an ordinary human. However, his actions did not seem like he was trying to save Xiao Yan. "Little fellow, hurry up and move aside. Xiao Yan will be hopeless if you delay any longer." Guyu once again frowned at Xiao Jin and softly reprimanded him. He felt helpless in the face of Xiao Jin's stubbornness. Xiao Jin had an extraordinary relationship with Xiao Yan. This caused Guyu to feel quite worried when facing Xiao Jin. However, Xiao Yan no longer had a choice in the current situation. If Guyu did not intervene, Xiao Yan would really be beyond saving. "Ugh, little fellow, why are you adding trouble at such a critical moment? Give way to the old me," Guyu frowned and sighed. His heart was filled with helplessness. His shriveled hand was suddenly extended from under his sleeve and attempted to forcefully pull Xiao Jin aside. However, Xiao Jin's enormous body suddenly shook the next moment. Soon after, a dazzling golden light was emitted from Xiao Jin's body, illuminating the dark lightning pool until it was as bright as day. Roar! Soon after, Xiao Jin let out an earth-shaking dragon roar at the sky. The roar was like thunder, shaking the world. Immediately, a purple-gold Do-Chi light pillar shot out of Xiao Jin's mouth and entered the endless empty space above. The next moment, thunderbolts gathered. Hundreds of dark black thunderbolts swiftly gathered together under Xiao Jin's control. The wild, violent energy within them was forcefully destroyed by Xiao Jin. After which, the refined thunderbolt strength was carefully poured into Xiao Yan's body under Xiao Jin's control. With the support of this powerful strength, the weak aura within Xiao Yan's body swiftly recovered. Although he was unable to completely control this external Do-Chi, it was more than enough to break through the 5-star barrier within a short period of time. With the support of this Do-Chi, Xiao Yan's furious heart finally calmed down. Only at this moment did Xiao Yan recover his rationality with his head covered in perspiration. When he recalled the crazy actions that he had done earlier, he suddenly felt a chill on his back. There was actually a kind of bone-chilling feeling in his heart. His forehead once again involuntarily emitted large beads of cold sweat. It was difficult to imagine that if he had continued to act so crazily without Guyu and Xiao Jin by his side, it was likely that his cultivation would stagnate once he recovered his consciousness. He would remain at the level of a 4-star Ban Emperor for the rest of his life. "Humph, you stinking brat. How many times have I told you to cultivate step by step? Yet, you insist on going against the flow. It's not like you're lucky today. Just this lightning pool alone is enough for you to die 1,000,000 times over. May I ask why you still dare to be so bold?" Guyu's face was stern as he involuntarily reprimanded Xiao Yan after seeing that he was fine. Xiao Yan smiled awkwardly. He lifted his eyes and coincidentally met Guyu's eyes that were filled with seriousness. His heart involuntarily trembled as he awkwardly smiled and did not say anything else. Guyu curled his lips and shook his head when he saw this. He was too lazy to say anything else. His tone was a little impatient as he spoke. "Quickly refine the energy within your body. Honestly speaking, if it were not for this little fellow, you might not even have been able to maintain your strength, much less break through to the 5th-star Ban Emperor. Xiao Yan only raised his head to look at Xiao Jin after hearing Gu Yu's words. The latter lowered its large head and looked at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's eyes contained gratitude as he gently smiled at Xiao Jin. "Little fellow, it's all thanks to you." Roar. After Xiao Yan's words left his mouth, Xiao Jin let out a thunderous dragon roar. After which, Xiao Yan no longer procrastinated. He sat down cross-legged and rapidly adjusted his condition. A moment later, he once again entered his cultivation state. This time, Xiao Yan was absolutely confident that he would be able to break through to the 5th-star Ban Emperor. While the situation on Xiao Yan's side gradually stabilized, the eyes of 3 human figures, who were tens of thousands of kilometers away, suddenly hardened. Immediately, they swiftly turned their gazes in the direction where Xiao Yan was located. The eyes of the 3 of them were filled with a solemn expression. "This dragon roar is from the fellow I sensed last time. If that is the case, its growth speed is truly terrifying." In a large hall, an old man in a golden robe was looking in Xiao Jin's direction with a solemn expression. The murmurs that came from his mouth all contained amazement towards that so-called person. In the next moment, the old man suddenly turned around and walked to the front of the hall with large strides. He placed his hands behind his back and stared at the void before him. "Men." After the old man's words left his mouth, the void before him suddenly distorted. A figure wrapped in a black robe appeared. The figure bowed and cupped his hands towards the old man. He respectfully said, "Clan head, what are your orders?" "Inform Long Lin to return to the clan. There is no need to continue searching. This old man will personally go and meet that person." The old man's tone was indifferent as he spoke. When the black-robed man heard this, his pair of golden pupils under the black robe couldn't help but flash a strange look. Who was it that could make their patriarch pay so much attention to him that he actually went to see him in person? Although the black-robed man was curious, he did not ask too much. He nodded and slowly disappeared from the old man's sight with the questions in his heart. Chapter 326. Ha! With a clear roar, the aura of Xiao Yan, who was seated in the air, immediately soared. In a short moment, the aura within Xiao Yan's body had become extremely terrifying. A couple of breaths later, Xiao Yan's tightly shut eyes were suddenly opened. A pair of dark black clear eyes immediately shot out 2 brilliant fire glows. The flames were like arrows that pierced through the clouds. They instantly pierced through the air and entered the endless darkness. Xiao Yan's body suddenly shook. His body twisted and he stood up in the air. All the strength in his body poured out. The space around his body was unable to withstand this frightening strength. After an intense distortion, it shattered with a bang. As he sensed the strength in his body that was several times stronger than it was a month ago, Xiao Yan's face finally revealed a relaxed smile. After suffering so much, he had finally broken through to the 5th-star half-martial emperor realm. He gently clenched his hand. An invisible force gathered in his palm. Xiao Yan did not doubt that as long as he casually waved his hand, the space in front of him would be instantly torn apart. No one could have imagined that such a frightening destructive strength was actually hidden under this seemingly frail body. Xiao Yan clenched his hands tightly. His body suddenly shook. His body twisted slightly. Soon after, the cracking sound of bones colliding was emitted from all over his body. A comfortable feeling that he had not felt for a long time slowly rose in Xiao Yan's heart. "Haha, brat, your breakthrough this time around was really not easy." Gu Yu's soft laughter was faintly transmitted. Although he was dissatisfied with Xiao Yan's crazy actions from before, no matter what, Xiao Yan's current increase in strength was real. At this moment, the process was no longer important. Xiao Yan involuntarily felt a great emotion in his heart when he heard this. He gently nodded and exhaled a long breath of air. He lifted his eyes and looked at the thunderbolts that were still drifting in the empty space. His heart no longer had the fear from the beginning. A long while later, Xiao Yan slowly withdrew his gaze. However, at the same time, the corners of his mouth lifted into a smile. With a thought, frightening spiritual strength rapidly surged out from between Xiao Yan's eyebrows. It condensed into an incarnation with the strength of a peak advanced 3-star half-martial emperor beside Xiao Yan. Ha, this time around, I'll take all these cultivation resources. As the mocking laughter sounded, the incarnation beside Xiao Yan suddenly shook. It raised its sharp eyes and looked at the thunderbolts. Without any hesitation, under the control of Xiao Yan's mind, it instantly charged into the hundreds of frightening thunderbolts. Crackle, as the incarnation charged into the thunderbolts, the sound of thunderbolts exploding was immediately heard. However, Xiao Yan's face did not reveal the slightest bit of surprise. With a thought, the cultivation technique in the incarnation's body began to circulate. A frightening suction force immediately surged out and pulled the surrounding thunderbolts closer. As the cultivation technique in the incarnation's body circulated, the thunderbolts were continuously absorbed into the incarnation's body. They were rapidly refined and raised the incarnation's strength. Putting aside the incarnation for the time being, Xiao Yan turned his gaze and looked at the North King. After a year and a half of being baptized by thunderbolts, the current North King's body was incomparably tough. The pitch-black color on his body appeared even more profound. It was like a solid black hole. In front of this strange darkness, even sunlight would be swallowed up. Xiao Yan was able to clearly see everything when he came close. His heart involuntarily felt shocked when he stared at the Northern King's body. This strange darkness had actually caused even his mind to fall into it. Good fellow. After a year and a half of continuous devouring, your strength has indeed increased by quite a bit. Who would have thought that even I would almost fall into your trap? Sensing the strangeness of the North King's body, Xiao Yan could not help but exclaim. It was only then that he noticed that the North King had stopped devouring the thunderbolts. Although the North King's body was still emitting that strange suction force that attracted the thunderbolts to his body, it could only revolve around the North King's body. Even if it came into contact with the North King's body, it would be forcefully repelled by the thunderbolts in his body and could not be absorbed. Could this be the North King's limit? Seeing this, Xiao Yan could not help but frown. If that was the case, then the North King's help to Xiao Yan in the future would probably gradually disappear. This could be considered a great loss to Xiao Yan. After all, the North King's original body was from the ancient Void Dragon clan. Even such a terrifying clan could only develop to such a stage after being refined into a puppet. This was truly a great loss to Xiao Yan. Soon after, however, Xiao Yan swiftly discovered some clues. Although the North King before him seemed to be unable to devour the thunderbolts anymore, upon closer inspection, one would discover that there was still some thunderbolts in the North King's body that had not been completely devoured. It was being devoured at an extremely slow speed by the North King. However, before the thunderbolts were completely devoured, the North King would not be able to continue devouring them. In other words, the North King's strength had not reached its limit. He merely needed some time to digest the power he had gained in the past year and a half. Boom! Xiao Yan had just put down the matter of the Northern King in his heart when an intense explosive sound suddenly sounded within the lightning pool in the empty realm. The expression on Xiao Yan's face did not become grave when he heard this explosion. Instead, he revealed a joyous smile. This was because this explosion had been transmitted from the Avatar. I didn't expect my incarnation to break through so much faster than my original body. However, this is also good. It has saved me a lot of time. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth curled into a smile. His 5 fingers were spread out from deep within his palm. Immediately, a frightening suction force surged from his palm. Following a sharp rushing wind sound, the avatar swiftly broke through the air and arrived in front of Xiao Yan in a flash. Not bad. This aura is indeed that of a 4-star half-martial emperor. Ha, my incarnation has broken through to become a 4-star half-martial emperor. My original body has broken through to become a 5-star half-martial emperor. The North King's strength has also increased by quite a bit. I wonder what Muhan will think if they meet again. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth was involuntarily lifted into an extremely icy cold smile as he summarized his gains during these 2 years within the lightning pool. He recalled Muhan. Even until now, he still remembered the icy cold killing intent that Muhan had revealed on his face when he had attacked him. If possible, Xiao Yan would definitely not mind letting Muhan die by his hands. All right. I've stayed here for 2 years. Now, it's time to leave. Withdrawing his thoughts, Xiao Yan turned around and recalled the North King and his incarnation. His body moved. Behind him, Xiao Jin, who had transformed into a huge dragon, quickly flew towards the void lightning pool's passageway. A moment later, Xiao Yan frowned as he stood in the void. He felt a little troubled in his heart. Just as Guli had said, the void lightning pool's passageway would automatically close after half a year. Currently, he was unable to leave this place. Xiao Yan's eyes were grave as he looked at the huge lightning pillar in front of him. He felt helpless in his heart. In front of this lightning pillar, even his void great Tao would not be able to bring him out of this place. Sigh, old Gu, I'm afraid that I'll have to trouble you this time around. Xiao Yan smiled bitterly in his heart. In the end, he still placed his hopes on Guyu. After all, only Guyu had the means to subdue this lightning pillar in front of him. Guyu chuckled upon hearing this. He did not reveal himself. Instead, he laughed mockingly within Xiao Yan's body. Hee, brat, don't look for this old man for such matters. This old man will not help you in this void lightning pool. You can ask this little fellow beside you for help. Ha ha. Guyu's words were not only directed at Xiao Yan. Hence, Xiao Jin, who was beside Xiao Yan, also heard it clearly. Subsequently, he saw Xiao Yan's slightly surprised gaze and immediately raised his huge head. It was as though he was proudly waiting for Xiao Yan's request. Xiao Yan could only helplessly curl his lips in response. He rolled his eyes at Xiao Jin. Only then did Xiao Yan curl his lips and say, "All right, stop playing. I know that you have the ability to do so. I know that you are powerful. All right, now is not the time to play around. If you want to play, you should wait until we get out of here." Xiao Jin could only lower his head in boredom after hearing Xiao Yan's urging words. He ceased procrastinating as his enormous body slowly twisted. He widened his dragon mouth and emitted a low and deep dragon roar at the lightning pillar, which was many times thicker than him. In the next moment, following the distortion of space, the lightning pool slowly appeared in front of Xiao Jin. The active thunderbolts within it had also completely disappeared. With Xiao Jin present, they really did not dare to act as rashly as they usually did. Xiao Yan involuntarily praised Xiao Jin upon seeing this. Xiao Jin immediately roared out in joy. Xiao Yan also laughed softly. Soon after, he entered the lightning pool tunnel with Xiao Jin and swiftly flew out of the tunnel. Chapter 327. When the fresh morning light shone on the city, the silence of the night was broken once again. What followed was the hustle and bustle of the day. When the city awoke from its short slumber, every corner of the continent gradually became lively and bustling. And today, outside of the ancient savage city, in the vast Green Mountain Range, at this very moment, there were also some people who were awakening from their 2-year-long slumber. Rumble, Grey Mountain Range. In the sky above the originally quiet Grey Mountain Range, the thick thunderclouds suddenly churned violently. Thunder rumbled like the roar of a terrifying beast, roaring between heaven and earth. Below the thunderclouds was the towering gray mountain, which was akin to a pillar that supported the heavens. At this very moment, the crowd at the foot of the gray mountain could not help but feel a terrifying pressure coming from the terrifying rumbling thunder. Those below the half-emperor level were unable to endure it and fell to their knees with a loud bang. Their arms struggled to support their bodies that were about to be pressed down. Their hearts were filled with shock. Why did the thunderclouds, which had been silent for 2 years, suddenly churn violently at this moment? Could it be that the void lightning pool was about to open again? However, the void lightning pool had only been closed for 2 years. How could it open again so quickly? What exactly happened? Countless people's hearts were filled with shock. At the same time, they were shrouded in deep confusion. They really could not understand why the void lightning pool, which had been closed for 2 years, would suddenly open again 2 years later. When the few half-emperors in the crowd lifted their heads and looked over with grave expressions, the thunderclouds in the distant sky also gradually scattered amidst an intense rumbling sound. The lightning pool passageway slowly opened. It's the void lightning pool channel. The void lightning pool has really opened again. When they saw that the void lightning pool had opened again, the crowd below immediately stood up. Once the news of the void lightning pool opening again spread, the entire ancient wildlands city and the surrounding provinces would be shaken. Quickly look. There seems to be something in the void lightning pool channel. Oh. What? Following a cry of surprise, the crowd once again looked over. Immediately, they could not help but slightly freeze. Indeed, in the void lightning pool channel, there was a black dot and a huge golden lightning that slowly flew out. As the black dot got closer and closer, the crowd could roughly see that the black dot seemed to be a human figure after they exited the lightning pool passageway. That looks like a human, but what's behind him? As the shocked voices of the crowd sounded, the golden lightning flashed and turned into a golden light that entered the body of the person in front of them. Oh my God! The void lightning pool had clearly closed. How could there still be a human inside? Furthermore, how did he get out? The void lightning pool can't be opened by human strength. No. Nothing is absolute. As long as you have enough strength, it is not difficult to open the void lightning pool. Don't tell me, this person is a Do-di. Whoosh, a voice filled with shock immediately rang out. The expressions of everyone present changed. Only the few half-martial emperors still wore grave expressions as they looked at the black figure in the sky. With their strength, they were naturally able to sense that the person in the sky was not some elite Do-di. Instead, he was a Band-di. However, the thing that caused them to be grave was that the few Band-di experts present were unable to detect the true strength of the human figure in the sky. For such a situation to occur, it was either that the other party possessed a treasure that could hide his aura or that his true strength far exceeded theirs. Among the few Band-di experts present, there was no lack of 3 or 4-star Band-di. Even though this was the case, the aura of the Band-di in the sky was still extremely ethereal to them. While everyone at the foot of Grey Mountain was repeatedly guessing in their hearts, Xiao Yan, who was below the thunderclouds, was deeply inhaling a couple of breaths of fresh air. As he sensed the comfortable feeling that spread throughout his body, the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth was lifted and he revealed a relaxed smile. After 2 years of tough training, he had finally come out of the lightning pool in the empty realm today. 2 years ago, he had escaped into the deep regions of the lightning pool in his most miserable state. Now that he had returned, his strength had soared by leaps and bounds. This kind of great contrast really caused one to sigh endlessly. Cuckoo, I wonder what kind of interesting expression will appear on Muhan's face when he sees him again. Xiao Yan involuntarily laughed coldly when he thought of Muhan. Both of his eyes revealed a cold glint that caused the surrounding temperature to drop. Xiao Yan shook his head gently. He temporarily put aside the thoughts in his mind and slowly descended. His gaze randomly drifted around and noticed the towering gray mountain behind him, which was like a pillar that reached the sky. When Xiao Yan's gaze swiftly swept over Gray Mountain and saw the three bold and powerful words Gray Mountain that were carved by the pressure of a dodi, his eyes immediately hardened. His expression was slightly startled. Xiao Yan recalled the words that Qi Lin had said to him 2 years ago. Back then, Mu Han had sat cross-legged in front of Gray Mountain after his spiritual strength had just broken through to the unity stage. He had used his spiritual strength to contend with the pressure of a do-di on the 3 sky-high words Gray Mountain for half a day. Although this period of time appeared to be extremely short, it was already considered quite good for a bandi to contend with the pressure left behind by a true elite do-di. At the very least, most people might not even have the courage to do so. Xiao Yan's heart involuntarily moved as he recalled the words that Qi Lin had said back then. Since Mu Han had managed to endure for half a day under the pressure of a do-di, he wondered just how long he would be able to endure if it was him. With curiosity in his heart, Xiao Yan's body landed on the mountain peak that Mu Han had stood on earlier. He slowly lifted his gaze and his dark black eyes looked at the 3 large words on the mountain wall. Buzz buzz. When Xiao Yan's gaze came into contact with the 3 large words Gray Mountain, the frightening pressure from it immediately charged towards Xiao Yan like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. Fortunately, Xiao Yan's gaze was quickly averted and he did not collide with it. Xiao Yan withdrew his gaze in embarrassment. He could not help but feel a sense of danger in his heart. The pressure from these 3 large words was really frightening. Fortunately, his spiritual strength had already broken through the shackles. Otherwise, it would really be difficult for him to contend with it. After a couple of breaths, the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth was slowly lifted into an interested smile. He narrowed his eyes and once again lifted his gaze. Following the soft laughter in his mouth, an extremely frightening and vast spiritual strength immediately swept out from between Xiao Yan's brows. Let me also try and see just how frightening this do-di pressure is. Bang! The frightening spiritual strength swiftly agglomerated into a 1,000-foot large spiritual hammer in the empty space in front of Xiao Yan. As a thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind, the enormous hammer danced and violently smashed toward the 2 large words Ling Tian that contained a frightening pressure, Gulay Mountain. At the same time, there was also an incomparably frightening do-di pressure swiftly spreading out from the 3 large words. In front of Xiao Yan, it agglomerated into an enormous illusory aura. When Xiao Yan's enormous spiritual hammer was smashed out, the human-shaped illusory figure that was agglomerated from the do-di pressure also waved his large sleeves behind him. A palm smashed toward the enormous spiritual hammer. Bang! An instant later, Xiao Yan's enormous spiritual hammer and the illusory figure's palm violently smashed together. Immediately, a frightening invisible wave swiftly swept apart, causing the entire Gray Mountain range to shake. The hearts of the crowd below were filled with shock. Xiao Yan's spiritual hammer scattered after the attack. That human figure also withdrew his hand. Xiao Yan's expression changed a little, but he was completely unconcerned. Instead, he laughed out loud in a bold manner and said, "What a pity. What a pity. Ha 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 ha. Good. It is indeed worthy of being the pressure left behind by an elite do-di. Today, let me properly experience it. Again." As the loud laughter sounded, a thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind. Turbulent and surging spiritual strength once again swept out and smashed toward the illusory figure. Chapter 328. Ha! On the mountain peak, Xiao Yan placed his hands behind his back. His eyes were tightly shut. A vast and frightening spiritual strength poured out from between his eyebrows like a surging river. It gathered in the air above Xiao Yan's head and transformed into a spiritual illusory figure that was the same size as the one opposite him. When everyone at the foot of Gray Mountain saw this scene, they could not help but feel shocked in their hearts. From the looks of it, this mysterious expert of unknown origin wanted to challenge the pressure of the do-di on Gray Mountain. Ha! With a stern cry, the aura of the spiritual illusory figure that was formed from Xiao Yan's spiritual illusory figure, Ling Tian, shook violently. He raised his palm and ruthlessly smashed it toward the Do Di illusory figure opposite him. The sharp sound of rushing wind followed the wind from the palm and whistled through the sky. The invisible palm streaked across the sky, shattering the empty space. An ear-piercing sonic boom resounded unceasingly. Such might could be said to be frightening. The invisible pressure was like Mount Tai pressing down on everyone's shoulders. Even the few half-martial emperors below felt incomparably solemn when they saw the frightening strength. Who exactly is this fellow? He actually dares to resist the pressure of the Do Di. Don't tell me that he is a 9-star half-martial emperor. However, in the ancient wildland city, the only person who possesses such strength is Mu Shi. The few half-martial emperors' gazes were grave as they stared at Xiao Yan, who was on the mountain peak. Their expressions were filled with doubt. Their words contained a feeling of shock. This expert that had suddenly appeared had caused them to feel extremely astonished. At the same time that Xiao Yan's palm was shot out, the Do Di illusory figure on the opposite side also ruthlessly shot out a palm. It met with Xiao Yan's palm. This palm appeared to be ordinary. However, the instant it was shot out, the thick thunderclouds in the sky above Grey Mountain actually began to violently churn. Numerous silver lightning bolts descended from the sky like tens of thousands of lightning snakes. They unceasingly rumbled in the empty space with an overbearing might. Terrifying lightning fell from the sky and quickly condensed on the palm of the illusory figure. The lightning coiled around the entire arm and gradually solidified the illusory arm. Xiao Yan could not help but be slightly startled in his heart when he saw this scene. He did not expect that this Do Di's pressure was actually this strong. By relying on the strength of that elite Do Di's actual body, he was actually able to forcefully use the lightning strength of the world. Moreover, this was merely an illusionary figure. It was really difficult to imagine just how earth-shaking that strength would be if his actual body was here. Boom! In the next instant, as the lightning gathered, the entire lightning arm collided with Xiao Yan's soul palm. Boom! Immediately, thunderbolts exploded. The entire place was covered by a frightening thunderbolt. That thunderbolt palm actually dragged the thunderbolt strength within the thundercloud and carried out a frightening storm-like attack on Xiao Yan. After this attack, Xiao Yan's soul palm was actually forcefully scattered by this attack. The expression of Xiao Yan's actual body below had also turned pale. A trace of blood flowed down from the corner of his tightly shut mouth. Ha 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 ha. Awesome. The pressure of a Do Di is indeed extraordinary. However, this is still not enough. Again. Despite being injured, Xiao Yan's heart was filled with a fiery heat. A thought passed through his mind and the illusory figure that was formed by the spirit once again became real. Xiao Yan, whose eyes were tightly shut below, swiftly raised his hands to his chest. At the same time, the illusory figure's hands were also raised at the same time. Their 10 fingers moved together and numerous seals were swiftly formed. In the next moment, the Do Qi within Xiao Yan's body suddenly surged out wildly and swiftly gathered into the illusory soul above his head. Ha! Come and try this move. Yellow Spring. Heaven's Wrath. With a stern cry, the illusory spiritual figure that Xiao Yan had transformed into suddenly shook. His Do Qi combined with his frightening spiritual strength as he widened his mouth. A muffled thunder-like roar was suddenly emitted, causing one to be deafened. Mao! 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 The Yellow Spring Divine Wrath was a Tian-class Do skill. With Xiao Yan's current strength, the strength that he could unleash was extremely frightening. Adding the support of his spiritual strength, the moment he used it, even the expressions of the few Ban Di experts below changed. They could only use all their strength to block the frightening strength of the Yellow Spring Divine Wrath. After the yellow spring divine wrath was used, the illusory figure of the Dodi did not fall into a disadvantage. Its hand was extended and its arm was raised high above its head. It was almost inserted into the thundercloud. Soon after, the illusory figure spread its 5 fingers and suddenly clenched them tightly. At the same time as the space exploded, numerous dazzling lightning swiftly shot over and gathered in the illusory figure's palm. Finally, it agglomerated into an enormous lightning cluster. After which, its arm was suddenly swung downwards. The light cluster also shot out and smashed toward Xiao Yan's illusory figure. Yellow Spring Divine Wrath. Mao! 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 Xiao Yan did not dare to be careless in his heart. The Do Qi within his body surged wildly and the yellow spring divine wrath was unleashed with all his strength. Circular invisible spatial waves turned into 100,000 feet large wave that swept apart. A frightening roar that nearly caused one's eardrums to burst reverberated over the sky, causing everyone below to reveal an extremely painful expression. If it was not because they were quite far away, it was likely that the remnant force would be sufficient to take their lives. At this moment, some of the people who could still barely endure hurriedly propped themselves up. They swiftly fled this place before the yellow spring divine wrath completely erupted. They were afraid that they would once again be implicated if they were late. Bang! Unfortunately, although the yellow spring divine wrath was not weak, Xiao Yan was still a little weaker under the pressure of a Do Di. After enduring for a moment, Xiao Yan's yellow spring divine wrath was declared to have been shattered. The lightning cluster carried the remaining strength and swiftly smashed toward Xiao Yan. Ha! Strong enough. Indeed worthy of being the aura and pressure left behind by a Do Di. However, in the end, you are just a pressure. Ha! Again. Let me see exactly how powerful a pressure that can suppress a 9-star half-martial emperor is. As his voice sounded, a vast and frightening spiritual strength once again surged out from between Xiao Yan's eyebrows. Ling Tian's illusory figure became a little more real. Both of his hands were raised and collided with the Do Di's illusory figure once again. Bang! 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 Although he was still not a match for the Do Di, Xiao Yan seemed to have an endless amount of energy. After being bombarded again and again, he continuously stood up. No matter how frightening the Do Di's illusory figure was, it was still unable to completely defeat Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan was like a roly-poly toy. No matter how much strength you used, unless you broke him, you would not be able to defeat him. As for Xiao Yan, he was just like a roly-poly toy that could not be broken. The blood-red setting sun dyed a large portion of the sky red. The void at the end of one's line of sight had already become a little dusky. At this moment, within the range of Grey Mountain, there were continuous thunderclaps. Lightning flashed, illuminating the entire mountain range as if it was daytime. Even the people at the foot of the mountain did not have the heart to distinguish the time at this moment. After a few hundred rounds of intense collisions, Xiao Yan's aura had clearly decreased. Looking at the Do Di's illusory figure again, although it was no longer as thick as it was originally, it was very difficult for Xiao Yan to see any changes in this Do Di's illusory figure. On the mountain peak, Xiao Yan's mouth panted slightly. The fresh blood at the corner of his mouth had yet to dry. Faced with this Do Di's illusory figure, Xiao Yan may be able to barely endure, but it could be said that he did not have the slightest ability to retaliate. Even though this was the case, at this moment, Xiao Yan's face was still filled with excitement. Although he was no match for it, no matter how one put it, what he was currently facing was at the very least the pressure of a true elite Do Di. Although its strength was less than 1%, this was also a kind of experience for Xiao Yan. His bright red tongue licked his lips. Immediately, a fishy sweet taste spread from Xiao Yan's mouth. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth was gradually lifted into a hot excited smile because of this. This also added some ruthlessness to him. Ha! Again. Towering hand. Just as the cluster of light was about to arrive, Xiao Yan once again emitted an earth-shaking cry with blood at the corner of his mouth. The soul bead in his sea of consciousness shook rapidly. Waves after waves of terrifying spiritual strength surged out swiftly. Under Xiao Yan's control, it agglomerated into an enormous hand that towered to the sky. Heaven-class soul skill, towering hand. The towering hand that contained a frightening spiritual strength was agglomerated. Xiao Yan's face did not carry the slightest hesitation. A thought passed through his mind, and the enormous towering hand carried a frightening strength that could crush everything as it once again smashed violently toward the Dodi's illusory figure. However, the Dodi's illusory figure appeared to be used to this. His hand once again formed a seal. Thunder roared and a frightening thunderbolt swiftly agglomerated in the air. It turned into a 1,000 feet large thunderbolt dragon that carried a frightening roar as it descended from the sky and violently smashed toward Xiao Yan's towering hand. Bang! Following the appearance of an explosive bang, the lightning dragon scattered as expected. The spiritual illusory figure that Xiao Yan had transformed into also scattered. Xiao Yan's actual body below also emitted a plop sound as his entire body powerlessly sat on the ground. No matter what, it was still difficult for him to win in the face of this Dodi's pressure. Xiao Yan cupped his hands together with great effort toward the illusory figure that was agglomerated from the Dodi's pressure. Finally, he completely relaxed and lay down. As Xiao Yan relaxed, a deep drowsiness swiftly surged into his mind. Chapter 329. The next day. When Xiao Yan woke up from a deep sleep, he rubbed his head, which was still a little giddy. Xiao Yan got up and discovered that he was carelessly lying on the top of the cliff where he had stood the day before. Beside his feet was 100,000 feet tall cliff. Xiao Yan immediately felt a chill on his back when he saw this. The muscles on the corner of his mouth involuntarily twitched. He quickly rejoiced in his heart. Fortunately, he did not like to move around when he slept. It was also fortunate that a large piece of flat land had been carved out of this cliff. Otherwise, if he were to flip over while sleeping, he would not even know how he had died. Would that not be a real loss? Of course, this was merely a random thought from Xiao Yan's perspective. After all, no matter what, he still had Xiao Jin and Gu Yu in his body. If something were to happen to him, they would naturally take care of him. Moreover, given Xiao Yan's current strength, he would immediately wake up if he were to fall. How could he fall to his death for no reason? After entertaining himself for a while, Xiao Yan smiled and shrugged his shoulders. After which, he stretched his lazy waist and sensed the condition of his body. After discovering that there was nothing wrong with his body, he did not linger any longer. His body moved and swiftly flew in the direction of the ancient savage city. The ancient savage city today was clearly much livelier than it had been a few months ago. Early in the morning, the streets of the city were already filled with people. Moreover, this was especially true in the northern part of the city, the territory of Wuxia in the ancient savage city. The situation was even more serious. This was because Wuxia was going to start a massacre in the northern part of the city in front of everyone in the ancient savage city. He was going to kill a 9-star half-emperor in front of everyone. Although Wuxia was one of the 2 overlords of the ancient savage city, he usually lived in seclusion. Most of his time was spent on cultivation and he rarely left the city. Hence, there were very few people in this huge ancient savage city who could recognize Mu Han at a glance. As a 3rd-level array master, Mu Han's status was even more important. There were countless people in the entire wildlands who wanted to meet Master Mu. Today, Wuxia was going to kill a 9-star half-martial emperor. No matter how one looked at it, it was enough to attract the majority of the people from the ancient city of savage desolation to come and watch. Most importantly, the person that Wuxia wanted to kill this time around was a genuine 9-star half-martial emperor. Other than the Yunin Pavilion and Old Luo, there was only Wuxia who was an expert of that level in the ancient city of wilderness. Now that they had the opportunity to see another 9-star half-martial emperor, even though he was a dying man, he was still able to arouse the curiosity in these people's hearts. Joining in the fun was an easy task that no one would dislike. To them, doing this could make them happy and feast their eyes. Most importantly, there was no need to pay a price for doing so. At least, that was the case under normal circumstances. And today, it was the same. While the northern part of the city gradually became lively, a black-robed human figure carried a frightening lightning-like speed from outside the ancient savage city and swiftly flew into the ancient savage city. Amen. When Xiao Yan had just entered the ancient savage city, within the ginseng spiritual world, old Luo and Qingmu, who were sitting beside the green stone table and drinking tea, suddenly raised their eyebrows. Their old faces revealed astonishment. The two of them raised their heads together and their gazes turned towards the direction of Xiao Yan in the ancient savage city. After a couple of breaths, the two old men slowly withdrew their gazes. The two of them looked at each other with astonishment in their eyes. After a long while, old Luo finally relaxed and let out a long breath. With a face full of smiles, he looked at Qingmu, who also had a relaxed expression, and said with a smile, "That brat has finally returned." Qingmu frowned and smiled. With a mocking tone, he sighed and said, "Yes, that brat has returned. That's right. That brat is finally back. If he still didn't come back, I'm afraid that even this old man wouldn't dare to be sure that he was still alive. At that time, I'm afraid that you, old man, will blame everything on this old man. Hee, it's not just this old man. Compared to me, that brat's temper isn't any better than his grandfather's." At this point, the two old men looked at each other and laughed bitterly. Then, they stopped talking. At the same time, Xiao Yan had already arrived outside the Yunin Pavilion. When he arrived at the Yunin Pavilion again, Xiao Yan couldn't help but feel that things had changed. He didn't know if Luo Jin was still in the Yunin Pavilion in the past 2 years. Perhaps, he had already left. Xiao Yan thought to himself. He actually felt a little nervous, but he still suppressed it. After a slight hesitation, he descended from the sky. Only at this moment did Xiao Yan notice that the main door of the Hidden Cloud Pavilion was actually closed. It appeared to have the intention of closing the door and rejecting customers. Clearly, there was no business today. Xiao Yan frowned slightly. He had some doubts in his heart. After hesitating for a moment, he strode forward. Under the sneering gazes of the people on the street behind him, he raised both his hands and pushed open the main door of the Yunin Pavilion. With a big step, he already had one foot inside. Hee, this stinking brat. Didn't he see that the Hidden Cloud Pavilion had closed its doors and refused to do business? He actually dared to barge in. Is he not afraid of provoking Elder Xian and kicking him out? When they saw that Xiao Yan actually had one foot inside the Yunin Pavilion, many people behind Xiao Yan stopped and sneered. Obviously, they also wanted to see the embarrassed expression on Xiao Yan's face when he was kicked out by Elder Xian. However, Xiao Yan did not have the mood to bother about this. At the same time that he stepped through the door, an old voice that appeared somewhat impatient was emitted from the large hall on the first floor of the Hidden Cloud Pavilion. "Sir, don't you know that the Yunin Pavilion is not doing any business today? Please leave. If you want to buy something, come back tomorrow." Xiao Yan smiled warmly when he heard that familiar voice. His hand, which was placed on the door, exerted a little force and pushed the 2 doors open. At the same time, the other leg, which was left outside the door, was lifted and stepped into the Hidden Cloud Pavilion. Hee, I'm sorry. I'm not here to buy anything today. I'm here to find someone. When Xiao Yan's voice came out, Elder Xian, who had his back facing Xiao Yan in the Yunin Pavilion's hall, couldn't help but be startled when he heard this familiar voice. Then, he slowly turned around. When he saw Xiao Yan, the expression on his old face finally became one of shock. Yan. Yan Xiao. You're really not dead. When he heard Elder Xian's shocked words, Xiao Yan's heart couldn't help but feel warm. Then, a warm smile appeared on his face. I'm indebted to Elder Xian and everyone for your concern. I, Yan Xiao, won't die so easily. When Xiao Yan finished speaking, Elder Xian had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan. His old face revealed an excited and surprised smile. A pair of withered hands grabbed Xiao Yan's hand tightly. It was as if he was testing whether the Xiao Yan in front of him was just a dream. However, immediately after, Elder Xian's old eyes quickly turned red. His voice trembled as he laughed. Good. Good. As long as you're not dead. Do you know that the Pavilion Master and I have been worried about your life and death for the past 2 years when you were reported dead? If not for clan leader Qing Mu's insistence, I'm afraid that young master would have already sent someone to kill Mu Han. When Xiao Yan heard this, he smiled gratefully. He also knew about Luo Jin's feelings for him. Most of the time, there was no need for words between men. Just one thing was enough to bring the two of them closer. Today, Xiao Yan and Luo Jin were exactly like this. Alright, I won't say any more. Let's go up first. Young master has waited for 2 years for this day. When he finished speaking, Xiao Yan didn't act pretentious. He followed Elder Xian, who suddenly quickened his pace and quickly headed to the 6th floor of the Yunin Pavilion. At this moment, those passers-by who had seen Xiao Yan walk into the hidden cloud pavilion with their own eyes and were waiting to see him suffer were involuntarily shocked in their hearts when they saw that Xiao Yan did not return and appeared as though he had successfully entered the hidden cloud pavilion. They originally thought that they would be able to enter the Yunin Pavilion. However, when one of them approached the Yunin Pavilion's still open door, the high-quality Nanmu wood door suddenly let out a violent and heavy bang. Then, the person who wanted to enter the Yunin Pavilion could only sit there and wait. Chapter 330. Ancient City of Wildlands, Yunin Pavilion. What? That old bastard Mu Han is going to kill Zhongli in front of everyone. On the 6th floor of the Yunin Pavilion, Xiao Yan, who was originally sitting on a chair, suddenly stood up. His pitch-black eyes, which were usually as calm as an ancient well, were now filled with raging flames. If Mu Han wanted to deal with someone else, Xiao Yan wouldn't care. However, if Mu Han wanted to deal with Zhongli, Xiao Yan absolutely couldn't watch with folded arms. Not for anything else, but for the fact that Zhongli had once fought for him 2 years ago. In exchange for the current Xiao Yan, Zhongli had been seriously injured. Although he, Xiao Yan, couldn't be considered to be a good Samaritan, he was definitely not an ungrateful person. Xiao Yan was still unable to do something like leaving his benefactor in the lurch. Even though Zhongli had his own goals for him back then, no matter what, he must go and save Zhongli. Where is he now? I'll go and find him. Xiao Yan's gaze was extremely cold. He forcefully suppressed the raging flames in his heart and asked Luo Jin with a gloomy tone. At this moment, the person who was sitting across from Xiao Yan was the pavilion master of the Yunin Pavilion, Luo Jin. After 2 years, Luo Jin's body had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. Under Xiao Yan's frightening perception, Luo Jin's strength was actually even more frightening than the result of his 2 years of bitter cultivation. The current Luo Jin was already a genuine 8-star half-martial emperor expert. 2 years ago, his strength was only that of a late-stage 4-star half-martial emperor. In 2 years, he had consecutively increased his strength by 4 levels. Compared to Xiao Yan, his strength had doubled. However, at this moment, Xiao Yan did not have the heart to care about all these. Currently, he only wanted to find Mu Han immediately. He wanted to see just how Mu Han, who was able to act so majestically in front of him 2 years ago, would be able to continue to act as he did back then. Brother Yan Xiao, there is no need to be too anxious about this matter. President Guli and President Qi Lin of the Alchemist Association have already heard the news and are rushing over. We will go together later. At that time, if Mu Han is still stubborn and wants to kill Zhongli, I will reveal my identity as the Pavilion Master of the Union Pavilion. At that time, I believe that he will not dare to cause trouble. Upon seeing Xiao Yan's furious manner, Luo Jin could not help but feel a little astonished. He did not expect that Xiao Yan would go to such an extent for Zhongli, who had only helped him once. He did not hesitate to provoke Mu Han. However, at the same time, Luo Jin also felt gratified. It was because of Xiao Yan's character that Luo Jin was able to fully support him. Sometimes, a person who was worthy of your help might not necessarily be a person with terrifying growth potential. It could also be a weakling who truly had a benevolent heart. However, what made Luo Jin even more gratified was that Xiao Yan possessed both of these qualities. However, at this moment, upon seeing Xiao Yan's somewhat impulsive manner, Luo Jin's heart was more worried. After all, with their strength, the gap between them and Mu Han was still too big. You don't need to show yourself. You just need to tell me where that bastard Mu Han is. Today, I want to see just how he is going to kill Zhongli. Upon seeing Xiao Yan's determined expression, Luo Jin frowned. He exchanged glances with Elder Xian, who was standing beside him. The two of them frowned and pondered. After which, Luo Jin nodded helplessly and said, "All right. Let's go over first. If there is a need, I will show myself." Xiao Yan nodded his head. The expression on his face gradually eased up. However, a raging fury was still burning in his pitch-black eyes. Northern part of the ancient wildland city. Crowds of people crowded around the periphery of the large plaza. The surrounding buildings, as long as one could stand, were all occupied by practitioners of various strengths. The noise was like rumbling thunder as it continuously reverberated in the air above the plaza. The atmosphere was so imposing that it shook the heavens. Such a large crowd gathered in one place. This kind of scene had only appeared a few times in the ancient wildland city. However, today, they had gathered once again outside of this enormous manor. Everyone's gaze simultaneously looked towards the two tightly shut doors opposite the plaza. The two words Mu Zhuang were carved on the flat top of the doors. The imposing aura that it emitted told everyone that this was Mu Han's territory. Although the doors had yet to open and the person or scene that everyone wanted to see had yet to appear, none of them dared to complain. After all, this was Mu Zhuang, Mu Shi's territory. He was a dignified 9-star half-emperor. How could anyone complain about the way he did things? Creak, after an unknown amount of time, with a series of creaking sounds, the heavy door was finally slowly opened. The first to come out were the 4 Mu Zhuang guards. At that very moment, they were surrounded by countless gazes. Although they couldn't help but feel a bit of fear, as Mu Zhuang's guards, their faces revealed even more of an arrogant expression. Immediately after, a sturdy old figure slowly walked out from the open doors. As his footsteps moved, the sound of metal chains sliding against metal could be heard. Hua, when Mu Han stepped out of the doors, when the crowd around the plaza saw Mu Han, there were immediately many people who could not help but excitedly cheer. Mu Han acted as if he did not hear anything and continued to walk towards the center of the plaza. Only at this moment did everyone realize that under his sleeves, there was a huge golden chain that was engraved with mysterious symbols. The chain was very long and it did not enter the interior of the door. No one could clearly see what was at the other end of the chain. However, they could hear an extremely heavy dragging sound. When Mu Han walked to the center of the plaza, the hand that was holding the chain under his sleeves suddenly pulled. A terrifying huge force quickly spread along the huge chain. Everyone could only hear a fierce wind-breaking sound. In their line of sight, a golden square cage was fiercely pulled out. With a loud bang, the cage, which was 10 feet long and wide, violently smashed onto the bluestone slab not far from Muhan. The hard bluestone slab was instantly crushed into a pile of dust. Along with the strong wind that swept across the area, a dense cloud of dust rose around the cage, causing one's nose to be stuffed. When the cloud of dust dissipated, the object within the cage was finally seen by everyone. Immediately, everyone could not help but tighten their bodies as a chill slowly rose from the bottom of their hearts. At this very moment, within the cage, there was a person whose entire body was covered in blood. His face could no longer be seen clearly. This person was Zhongli. On Zhongli's body, there were a few chains that were engraved with mysterious symbols. They respectively pierced through his 4 limbs. There were also 2 chains on his shoulder blades and thighs. His entire body was covered in blood. At this moment, drops of blood continuously flowed out from his body, dyeing the ground that had already been turned into fine powder. This scene was simply too horrible to look at. Chapter 331. Zhongli, do you really think that you can escape from this old man's palm just because you have broken through to the 9th star half-martial emperor realm? 2 years ago, this old man had already told you that you would definitely fall into my hands in the future. How about it? Today, this old man's words have finally come true. Muhan's expression was ferocious. His pair of turbid old eyes contained a viciousness that could devour a person. Back then, if it was not for Zhongli, Xiao Yan would definitely have died under his hands. The Emperor Tribulation Pill would also have landed in his hands. However, everything had gone smoothly. In the end, he was defeated by Zhongli, who had suddenly charged out. This was something that Muhan had hated since the beginning. Zhongli did not have the slightest reaction to Muhan's words that were filled with viciousness. It was as though he was already dead. Of course, if it was not for the weak aura that was vaguely emitted from his body, others would really have mistaken him for a dead person. After everyone heard the words from Muhan's mouth, quite a number of people in the crowd could not help but quietly shake their heads and sigh. Who would have thought that even a 9-star half-martial emperor would end up dying in front of Muhan? Muhan's strength was truly unimaginable. Muhan no longer cared about experts of the same level as him. It could be said that the current Muhan could truly be called the strongest person under the Do D class. Remember, you will die today. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself. Who asked you to meddle in other people's business? Do you really think that you are very strong? Today, this old man will tell all of you that even a 9-star half-martial emperor can be killed by me. After his voice sounded, Muhan suddenly waved his sleeve. A frightening golden-colored doqi instantly shot out. It turned into a golden blade in the empty space and ruthlessly slashed toward Zhongli, who was within the cage. However, the very next moment, right at the moment when the crowd saw that a 9-star half-martial emperor was about to die before them, 2 sounds of wind breaking suddenly sounded in the enormous plaza. Following the sound of wind breaking, 2 rays of light shot out from the crowd like lightning. In an instant, the 2 rays of light sliced apart the enormous golden blade. In the next instant, when everyone focused their gazes, they saw 2 figures standing outside the cage. Their expressions were hostile as they stared at Muhan. It was as though they were about to rob him of his execution. However, when Muhan saw the 2 of them, a disdainful cold smile appeared on his sinister face. This was because the 2 of them were none other than Gu Li and Qi Lin from the Alchemist Association. Gu Li, Qi Lin, it's you again. You 2 old fellows rely on Zhou Tai to go against this old man. 2 years ago, I showed mercy to you. Do you really think this old man doesn't dare to kill you? Upon hearing Muhan's icy cold cry, the expressions of the Gu Li duo changed slightly. However, their bodies that were blocking in front of Muhan did not move at all. Muhan, no matter what, we must take this person away today. If you want to kill us, go ahead and try. Qilin's tone was similarly not weak. His face was cold as he cried out sternly to Mu Han. At the same time, the dou qi within the bodies of the two of them were instantly raised. They swore to fight with Mu Han. Humph, since the two of you are seeking death, don't blame this old man. After a stern cry sounded, Mu Han's body suddenly flashed. Dou qi gathered in his palm. In the next instant, he had already started fighting with the ghoulie duo. When the crowd outside of the plaza saw the three people fighting in the plaza, not only did they not reveal worried expressions, their faces were instead filled with excitement. They had seen a great battle between 8-star half-emperors before. However, this was the first time that they had seen a great battle between 9-star half-emperors. Naturally, they would feel somewhat excited in their hearts. However, as time elapsed, the great battle in the plaza gradually reached its climax. As a 9-star half-emperor, the reason why Mu Han was unable to defeat the ghoulie duo in a short period of time last time was mainly because he had some misgivings in his heart and was unable to unleash all of his strength. However, this time around, Mu Han did not show any mercy when he attacked. His attacks were sharp and every single one of them was ruthless. In merely a short period of time, the combined attacks of the ghoulie duo were already showing signs of being defeated. Sure enough, after a series of intense collisions, Mu Han raised both of his palms. With a loud boom, he sent the incoming ghoulie duo flying away. The ghoulie duo retreated with great difficulty after being injured. Mu Han's disdainful cold laughter was once again emitted. Humph! With just the two of you. 2 vassals. Last time, I did not use my full strength because I gave Zhou Tai face. Unexpectedly, the two of you actually took it seriously. Since the two of you have personally come to die today, this old man shall not be polite and accept it. After his voice sounded, Mu Han's body suddenly moved. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of the ghoulie duo. Both of his palms moved and ruthlessly slammed onto their chests. Not good. Quickly retreat. Sensing the frightening pressure that was coming toward them, the ghoulie duo involuntarily cried out in alarm. At the same time, their bodies moved and their feet swiftly retreated in an attempt to escape from the range of Mu Han's attack. However, Mu Han once again coldly laughed in response to this. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a mocking smile as he coldly laughed and said, "Humph humph, you want to run? Do you think you can run?" After his cold laughter sounded, Mu Han's forward-charging body once again shook violently. The dou qi within his body surged wildly and Mu Han's forward-charging speed once again soared. In the blink of an eye, Mu Han's body once again closed in on the swiftly retreating ghoulie duo. Both of his wrists rotated. The next moment, 2 shriveled hands that were filled with auras violently smashed onto the chests of Ghoulie and Qilin in front of their shocked eyes. Bang! Immediately, frightening dou qi wildly poured out. It charged into the bodies of the two without any obstruction and began to wildly wreak havoc within their bodies. Grog! Following the sound of 2 mouthfuls of fresh blood being emitted, fresh blood was spat out from the mouths of the ghoulie duo as though it was free. It dyed the tattered clothes on the surface of their bodies red. The aura of the two of them instantly became sluggish. Their bodies also flew back uncontrollably. They were like 2 deflated balloons as they violently smashed into the open ground below. The moment they smashed into the ground, the two of them once again involuntarily spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Their expressions swiftly became as pale as paper. The aura of their bodies had fallen to rock bottom. At this moment, the two of them had already been seriously injured. Seeing that the 2 8-star half-emperors had actually been seriously injured by Mu Han until they were unable to move in such a short period of time, the faces of everyone outside the arena involuntarily revealed a shocked expression. Their hearts were shocked by Mu Han's frightening strength. A 9-star half-martial emperor was truly frightening. Even the 8-star half-martial emperors, who were normally aloof and remote, appeared to be extremely weak before him. Furthermore, this was under the premise that Mu Han had not used a spirit formation. It was very difficult to imagine how frightening Mu Han's strength would be if he were to use a spirit formation. After Gu Li and Qi Lin were defeated, Mu Han's body slowly descended from the sky. He stood in the middle of the open ground. Both of his feet stepped on the cage that was made of a special material. His eyes looked at everyone around him. After which, his tone was ice cold as he slowly opened his mouth to speak. Humph. Today, the old me will kill all three of them here. If there is anyone present who wishes to save them, feel free to come. The old me will kill as many as come. Oh. After not seeing you for 2 years, Master Mu Han is still as elegant as ever. You are still relying on your strength to bully others and the strong to bully the weak. However, just as the words left Mu Han's mouth, a casual and emotionless ice-cold voice unhurriedly sounded in this place. In the next instant, Mu Han's expression suddenly changed. Shock instantly surged into his pair of turbid old eyes. His heart was filled with disbelief. Chapter 332. Yen Shao. After a long while, Mu Han finally spat out this name, which was almost buried in the bottom of everyone's hearts, with a trembling voice. Ha, looks like Teacher Mu's memory is not bad. You still remember me. Faint cold laughter still drifted in the sky, but Xiao Yan's figure was still nowhere to be seen. Hua, in the instant that Yen Zhao's name spread, a great commotion immediately arose among the crowd outside the square. Everyone present immediately went into an uproar. The name that shook the entire savage ancient city 2 years ago had finally been dug out from their deeply buried memories at this moment. Yen Shao. It's Yen Shao. Didn't they say that he was personally killed by Teacher Mu 2 years ago? How can he still be alive now? Pfft. Back then, there was indeed news that Yen Shao had died. However, it was not said that he had definitely died at the hands of Mu Han. The lightning pool in the void is so dangerous. Perhaps he had entered a place that even Mu Han did not dare to enter. That's right. I have also heard that the core of the lightning pool in the void is the most terrifying place in the entire lightning pool. Ordinary half-martial emperors do not dare to come into contact with the lightning there. Even Mu Han, who is a 9-star half-martial emperor, does not dare to step into that place. Perhaps, Yen Shao did not die back then and only entered that place to temporarily hide from Mu Han. Tsk, if that's the case, doesn't that mean that Yen Shao really stayed in the core of the lightning pool for 2 years, where even a 9-star half-martial emperor does not dare to casually step into? Oh my god! How did this fellow do it? At the same time, Gu Li and Qi Lin, who were already seriously injured, finally crawled up with great difficulty. Hearing that familiar voice in their ears, 2 pairs of turbid old eyes continuously scanned the surrounding sky. Cough cough. Yen Shao, he is really still alive. Ha 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 ha, I can't be wrong. This voice is definitely that brat. It turns out that he really did not die. Ha 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 ha. There is really no such thing as a dead end. Let's see what Mu Han will do now. Hearing Xiao Yan's familiar voice, Gu Li and Qi Lin's faces immediately revealed a joyous expression. They looked at each other and the huge rock that had been hanging in their hearts was finally released at this moment. In an instant, the matter of what had happened to Xiao Yan in the lightning pool in the empty realm 2 years ago once again began to boil within the crowd. Although that matter had already happened 2 years ago, the hearts of everyone present still felt as though it had happened a day ago when they recalled it at this moment. Yen Shao, you really didn't die. Mu Han's expression was gloomy as shock involuntarily appeared on his face. He lifted his eyes and continued to scan the sky above his head as he spoke in a stern voice. Mu Han had always been skeptical about Xiao Yan's death. Even though Xiao Yan had disappeared for 2 years, he still didn't dare to believe it. Xiao Yan was the pride of his generation, a dragon among men. Even Mu Han couldn't help but praise him. How could he die so easily? Even though he had entered the depths of the lightning pool in a seriously injured state, as long as he didn't personally witness Xiao Yan's death, he definitely wouldn't jump to conclusions. Today, the suspicion in his heart had finally been confirmed. Xiao Yan really didn't die. From the looks of it, Teacher Mu has been very concerned about me during these 2 years. During these 2 years, I have also been remembering the great kindness you have shown me every day. However, I wonder if Teacher Mu is concerned about me, or the Emperor Tribulation pill in your hands. As Xiao Yan's cold laughter sounded, a ray of light flashed across the sky. Xiao Yan's figure was already standing in the sky above Mu Han's head. His arms were crossed in front of his chest and his face was cold. When everyone saw this scene, their eyes turned cold. Xiao Yan had appeared and stood above Mu Han's head. This was undoubtedly a slap to Mu Han's face in front of everyone. When Mu Han saw this, the expression on his old face instantly turned gloomy. His shriveled hands under his sleeves slowly clenched tightly. Flames of anger rose in his eyes. He was incomparably furious at Xiao Yan's actions. After a long while, the corner of Mu Han's mouth lifted into an extremely cold smile. His face was ferocious as he lifted his head and stared at Xiao Yan in the sky. His voice was slightly hoarse as he spoke sternly. Ha 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 ha. I almost thought that you had died just like that. Fortunately, you didn't disappoint me. Since you have asked so sincerely, I will tell you. Today, not only will I take your life, the Emperor Tribulation pill in your hands and everything else that belongs to you. I will take it all on your behalf. The instant his voice sounded, Mu Han's feet suddenly stomped on the cage below his feet. A terrifying force immediately poured out. Immediately after, the cage that was made from a special metal material suddenly shook. A frightening force poured down from the golden cage, and the gravel ground under the cage once again collapsed. The entire golden cage immediately sank into the ground, and the surrounding ground also began to crack, forming numerous large spiderweb-like cracks. At the same time, Mu Han's body instantly shot out and broke through the empty space. Before anyone outside the arena could react, he had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan. Mu Han's tightly clenched fist suddenly opened. His 5 fingers curled into claws. Golden-colored do qi agglomerated into thin and long sharp awls at the tip of his fingers. After which, he swung his arm and carried a frighteningly sharp wind as he viciously grabbed at Xiao Yan's head. Wherever the claw passed, the empty space was mercilessly torn apart like a thin piece of paper. An ear-piercing sonic boom sounded beside his ear. The sharp claw had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan. The sharp wind that it contained pierced the skin on Xiao Yan's face until it was incomparably painful. Seeing that Xiao Yan did not move at all under his attack, and even appeared as if he had not reacted at all, Mu Han's heart involuntarily tightened. With his current understanding of Xiao Yan, he was definitely not a mediocre person. 2 years ago, Xiao Yan was already able to dodge his numerous sharp attacks. 2 years later, Xiao Yan would definitely not be inferior to him. Moreover, Xiao Yan also controlled the Void Great Way, something that targeted the power of space. Once he used it, even at such a close distance, Xiao Yan would still be able to dodge it. Whoosh! Surprisingly, Xiao Yan did not use the Void Great Way. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he did not wish to reveal too much of his trump card. Doing so would not benefit him at all. Following the sharp sound of wind being split apart, Xiao Yan's figure had already appeared 100 feet away. A pair of rippleless pitch-black eyes slowly lifted as he looked at Mu Han. His eyes were filled with coldness. Peak late stage 9-star half-martial emperor. In 2 years, you've not made any progress. Xiao Yan said with an indifferent tone. However, compared to Xiao Yan, Mu Han's expression suddenly froze. Deep astonishment immediately rose in his heart. He did not expect that Xiao Yan would actually be able to grow to such an extent in 2 years. Exactly what did he do in these 2 years? Did he devour all of the lightning in the lightning pool? After a long time, Mu Han raised his head and looked at Xiao Yan with an astonished expression. Because of the astonishment in his heart, the expression on his face was somewhat stiff. His mouth was slightly dry as he opened it. Only then did he speak with difficulty with a hoarse voice. 5-star half-martial emperor. How is this possible? Chapter 333. Clamor. When Mu Han's words sounded, the entire plaza was immediately filled with shocked cries. Everyone's gazes were filled with shock as they looked at Xiao Yan. Their faces were filled with deep disbelief. Among the people present, those who knew of Xiao Yan's name clearly knew that 2 years ago, when Xiao Yan's name was rising in the ancient city of Wildlands, his strength was merely that of a 3-star half-martial emperor. At that time, although his strength was comparable to an 8-star half-martial emperor, it was only after he used his frightening techniques. Yet now, he was actually able to easily dodge Mu Han's lightning-like attack. Moreover, his strength was actually so frightening. He had already reached the frightening level of a 5-star half-martial emperor. In 2 years, his strength had increased by 2 stars. Did he really think that he was a Do Wang or a Do Huang? Seeing Xiao Yan's strength, the muscles on the crowd's faces involuntarily twitched as they thought in shock in their hearts. If the current Xiao Yan's strength was only that of a Do Wang or a Do Huang, increasing his strength by 2 stars in 2 years could be considered very ordinary. However, the key point was that Xiao Yan was currently a dignified half-martial emperor, increasing his strength by 1 star in a year. Moreover, he was a half-martial emperor. Even in the entire Yuanwu continent, it was impossible to say that such a frightening cultivation speed did not exist. However, even if it did exist, it would definitely be an existence that was as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Yet now, a person with such frightening cultivation talent had actually appeared before their eyes. How could their hearts remain calm? Ah, I remember telling you that nothing is impossible. If you insist on stubbornly believing that this is impossible, I can only tell you that this is merely your own wishful thinking. The reason why you believe this is impossible is because you are ignorant and inexperienced. That's all. Faced with Mu Han's questioning tone, Xiao Yan crossed his arms over his chest and coldly sneered. Bastard! Stinking brat, don't think that you can compare with this old man just because your strength has increased to a 5-star half-martial emperor. Today, this old man will tell you what the gap between us is. The strength of a 9-star half-martial emperor is definitely not something that you can make up for with a tough battle skill. Mu Han's body, which had paused in the empty air, suddenly moved after the cold cry sounded. He carried a lightning-quick momentum as he swiftly charged toward Xiao Yan. Ah, if 2 years ago, my speed could only be compared to yours, then do you think that 2 years later, my speed can be compared to yours? Just as Xiao Yan finished speaking, Mu Han had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan with a ruthless expression. He raised his claw and instantly slashed across Xiao Yan's shoulder, penetrating through Xiao Yan's body. Ha! The expression in Mu Han's eyes turned serious once again. Xiao Yan, whose lips and teeth were still moving, was actually only an afterimage. The next moment, Xiao Yan's body once again appeared in the empty space in the distance. One could see that although Xiao Yan had dodged Mu Han's claw attack earlier, the black robe on his body was slightly tattered. From the looks of it, he was not 100% certain that he had dodged Mu Han's attack. Xiao Yan lowered his head and looked at the tattered black robe on his body. He frowned slightly. If his reaction had been a little slower, that claw might have really landed on his body. Looks like I was still a little careless. Xiao Yan quietly sighed in his heart. However, his face gradually became cautious. No matter how one put it, the person he was currently facing was a 9-star bandit. If he dared to face him with an ordinary heart, it was likely that Xiao Yan would end up suffering a setback. This thought had just flashed across Xiao Yan's heart when the seal in Mu Han's hand changed. The frightening spiritual strength between his brows immediately surged out and swiftly agglomerated into a couple of frightening formations with extraordinary strength. The instant the formations were condensed, surges of natural energy also rapidly condensed within the formations. After the formations trembled violently, dazzling and frightening golden lightning instantly shot out and smashed towards Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's expression turned slightly cold. His footsteps changed as he instantly executed the sky extinction steps. His figure flashed once again and disappeared from the sky. Whoosh, however, in the next moment, just as Xiao Yan reappeared in the sky, Mu Han's figure had already appeared in front of him. He suddenly waved his claw and in the blink of an eye, he had already arrived above Xiao Yan's head. The hairs all over Xiao Yan's body stood when he sensed the frightening force that came from above his head. The dragon phoenix bloodline within his body was instantly activated without any hesitation. Both of his arms transformed into dragon claws. He crossed them and swiftly used them to block above his head. Bang! With an intense muffled sound, Xiao Yan's body uncontrollably flew back 100 steps. The instant he raised his head, Mu Han followed closely behind him and attacked with his sharp claw. Humph! Go! Seeing this, Xiao Yan was enraged. He instantly executed the sky extinction steps and retreated 100 feet. At the same time, he suddenly waved his big sleeve and a pitch-black light instantly tore through the sky. In the blink of an eye, it had already collided with Mu Han. Boom! With an intense explosion, Mu Han's expression changed drastically. His body flew back uncontrollably. Similarly, he only managed to stabilize his body after flying back 100 feet. He looked up with a grave expression and saw the Northern King standing in front of him. The Northern King's towering and unmoving body was like an iron tower, giving off an unshakable feeling. This puppet's strength, is at least a 9-star half-emperor. With a grave expression, Mu Han stared at the Northern King. After a long while, his face twitched and he couldn't help but cry out in surprise. A 9-star half-emperor level puppet. If Xiao Yan's strength was added to it, how terrifying would the combination of the two be? Damn it! Not only did this brat's strength increase by leaps and bounds, I didn't expect that even his puppet's strength had grown to such an extent. Exactly who is this brat? At this moment, not only Mu Han, but even Luo Jin, who was standing outside of the arena, couldn't help but be speechless after seeing the Northern King's frightening strength. He didn't expect that in just a short 2 years, not only had Xiao Yan's strength increased greatly, even his puppet had become so powerful. One must know that 2 years ago, this puppet's strength was only a 6-star half-emperor. In just 2 years, it had reached the level of a 9-star half-emperor. Speaking of which, the Northern King's growth speed was even more frightening than his master's. This guy, exactly where did this freak come from? Luo Jin smiled helplessly and bitterly. He originally thought that he would have to step in for this matter. However, from the looks of it, there was no need for him to step in. Sigh, with this puppet of his, it seems that there is no need for me to step in. This guy is still as astonishing as before. Luo Jin sighed and shook his head. In this sort of situation, there was indeed no need for him to step in. It seems that young master also wants to be a hero to save someone in distress. Unfortunately, he just so happened to encounter Yan Xiao. After hearing Luo Jin's words, Elder Xian laughed mockingly at the side. However, he continued to speak. However, this Mu Han is not so easy to deal with. Without sufficient strength, even a 9-star half-emperor would find it difficult to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Isn't Zhongli the best example? Luo Jin nodded his head. However, his gaze was firmly fixed on Xiao Yan. He felt that since Xiao Yan had already stepped in, he definitely had the mentality to win. However, he still didn't know the reason why. Chapter 334. Humph. Brat, you have indeed surprised this old man. However, do you really think that a mere 9-star half-martial emperor puppet will be able to contend against this old man? Muhan's sinister eyes slowly narrowed as he stared at the Northern King with a sharp gaze. There was some fear in his eyes. However, a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. After a brief moment, Muhan looked at Xiao Yan. His ice-cold words were still filled with disdain and sneer. Xiao Yan parted his mouth and smiled when he heard this. Muhan knew him very well. Similarly, Xiao Yan also had a rough understanding of Muhan's moves. The only things that Muhan could take out to deal with a 9-star bandit were those few formations. Other than that, there was also the factor of his own strength. If these things were 2 years ago, Xiao Yan would naturally be extremely afraid of Muhan. However, things had changed with the passage of time. It had already been 2 years. Now that he was facing Muhan again, Xiao Yan was completely fearless. To him, the current Muhan was merely a 9-star half-martial emperor. At the very most, he was only slightly stronger than ordinary experts of the same cultivation level. However, this was not a reason for Xiao Yan to lower his head. Oh. Is that so? Since you are so confident in your own strength, let my puppet give it a try. Let's see if you are as confident as you claim to be. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's heart after his cold laughter sounded. The Northern King's feet suddenly stepped on empty air. The empty space under his feet burst apart as the Northern King's body transformed into a dark black cannonball that instantly shot toward Muheng. The Northern King's well-built body was like an iron tower as it mercilessly tore through the empty space. As it charged forward, its broad palms suddenly clenched into a fist. In the blink of an eye, the Northern King had already appeared beside Muhan. Its huge iron fist crushed through the empty space as it ruthlessly smashed towards Muhan's face. Humph. Sharp-tongued brat. Do you really think that this old man is afraid of you? However, Muhan did not seem to care at all as he coldly snorted. As his body turned around, his withered palm met the incoming Northern King. Boom! After an intense muffled sound, the North King and Muhan both retreated 1,000 feet. In this first exchange, Muhan and the North King were actually evenly matched. When the crowd outside the plaza saw this scene, their expressions involuntarily became even more astonished. They truly did not expect that the strength of a puppet would actually be able to match an actual 9-star half-martial emperor. Such a frightening puppet was truly something that they had never seen before in their entire lives. Up in the air, Luo Jin and Elder Xian stared at the North King. Elder Xian's expression was grave. The North King was so powerful that even he was no match for him. TSK, this puppet of Yen Zhao's is really terrifying. For a puppet to be able to grow to such an extent, could it be that this puppet of his came from? Before Elder Xian could finish muttering, Luo Jin gently waved his hand, indicating for him to stop speaking. Seeing this, Elder Xian hurriedly retracted the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Luo Jin narrowed his eyes as he stared at the North King, who was clashing with Muhan once again. He slowly fanned himself with the jade fan in his hand. After a while, Luo Jin opened his mouth and said, regarding him, I went to look for fifth grandfather. He clearly knows a little but did not say anything. If we want to know more about him, let's wait for him to say it himself. If we ask too much, it will not be good for us. Elder Xian gently nodded his head. He was very respectful towards his fifth grandfather. Since Luo Ao was unwilling to reveal any information about Xiao Yan, there was naturally no need for them to ask any further. I'm just a little curious. Who exactly are you? To be able to make those fellows pay so much attention to you, what huge secret are you hiding? Xiao Yan. Bang! In a short period of time, Mu Han and the North King had already clashed several hundred times. This caused the expressions of the people outside the arena to appear incomparably shocked. However, the battle in the arena was still undecided. In the sky, Mu Han's old face was solemn as he stared at the North King opposite him. The strength of the puppet in front of him had indeed exceeded his expectations. Ordinary methods were unable to break the North King's frightening body. Even if he used some high-class Do skills, Mu Han would not be able to take down the North King in a short period of time. Humph. I have underestimated you. Unexpectedly, after 2 years, this puppet of yours has become even more difficult to deal with. Humph, however, from the looks of it, you are only fit to hide behind this puppet. Mu Han's serious gaze swept across the North King before landing on Xiao Yan behind him as he spoke in a mocking tone. Ha, what a joke. You are a 9-star half-emperor, yet you always say such laughable words. Don't you feel ashamed of your old face? Faced with Mu Han's mocking words, Xiao Yan could not help but sneer. The corner of his mouth lifted into a disdainful sneer. His eyes were filled with mockery. Humph. What a sharp-tongued brat. Today, the old me wants to see just what you can do without this puppet. The aura within Mu Han's body suddenly erupted after his words sounded. He raised both of his hands and swiftly formed a seal. At the same time, he suddenly cried out. Gold Array Domain. Open. With this order, a circular golden light array immediately spread out from under Mu Han's feet. It swiftly spread in all directions. The domain spread and covered the entire arena. After which, the seals in Mu Han's hands rapidly changed. The entire domain also began to twist. In the blink of an eye, it agglomerated into over 10 different formations. Mu Han's body flashed after the formation was formed. With a lightning-quick momentum, he transformed into a golden lightning bolt that swiftly shot toward Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan involuntarily laughed when he saw this. With a thought, the North King instantly charged toward Mu Han in an attempt to block him. The corner of Mu Han's mouth lifted into a cold smile when he saw the North King charging toward him again. Not only did he not turn around to defend himself, he instead increased his charging speed and arrived in front of the North King. At this moment, the North King had coincidentally appeared behind Mu Han. With a flip of his hand, he threw a palm strike toward Mu Han's back. Bang! However, the North King's palm strike, which was filled with aura, ultimately landed on a barrier that had suddenly risen. Golden light rose and agglomerated into a cylindrical Do-Chi cage, trapping the North King within it. Even though the North King's attack was extremely frightening, he was unable to break through the defense of the cage within a short period of time. Moreover, the North King's attack was unable to break through the formation in front of him within a short period of time. Instead, it was rebounded by the strength of the formation. For a time, the formation and the puppet were resisting each other, forming an extremely ingenious balance. God-trapping formation. Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned when he saw this. He felt a little doubtful about this formation that had suddenly risen. Although this formation appeared to be a god-trapping formation, the energy that was released from it was very different from the god-trapping formation that Xiao Yan had seen back then. Furthermore, this formation was much weaker than the god-trapping formation that trapped Gu Li and Gu Lingji 2 years ago. At the very least, the true god-trapping formation would not be like the formation at this moment and be easily shaken. However, while Xiao Yan was pondering about the formation, Mu Han did not give him any extra time. The instant the North King was trapped by the formation, Mu Han's charging speed once again soared. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan. While Xiao Yan was still recovering, Mu Han did not hold back. He waved his hand and clenched it in the air. Do-Chi quickly agglomerated in his palm and formed a large sword in the blink of an eye. Mu Han's palm slammed on the hilt of the sword and the large sword shot toward Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan coldly smiled. He similarly beckoned with his hand and the heavenly flame spouted out from his palm, forming a large flaming ruler. The large ruler was swung and the sound of air being torn apart was immediately heard. Xiao Yan was not to be outdone. He turned his right hand and held the large ruler in a reverse grip. He swung his arm and the large ruler flew out horizontally, colliding with the large sword that was heading toward him. Bang! The two collided and were both broken. Following the sweeping of a Do-Chi storm, Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes. The sight in front of him was temporarily blocked by the fog that was brought about by the storm. He was also unable to see clearly. However, Xiao Yan's expression suddenly changed at the next moment. He lowered his gaze and saw that a large formation had unknowingly appeared under his feet. At this moment, Xiao Yan was in the middle of the formation. Xiao Yan's mouth was just about to exclaim when Mu Han's dark and cold voice was suddenly emitted at this moment. God Trapping Formation, activate. Chapter 335. God Trapping Formation, activate. As a cold cry that contained a mocking tone was emitted, the domain under Xiao Yan's feet immediately began to form circular ripples that appeared like water waves. As the ripples spread out, they formed a semicircular formation with a diameter of 100 feet with Xiao Yan at the center. Once the formation appeared, Xiao Yan's expression couldn't help but change slightly. That was because the formation that enveloped Xiao Yan was the true God-trapping formation that Xiao Yan had thought of earlier. This formation was a terrifying formation that had trapped a 9-star half-martial emperor. Keek, this time, without that puppet, this old man wants to see what kind of tricks you can play. With your strength, it is impossible for you to break this old man's God-trapping formation. A breeze blew past and the dense fog dispersed. Mu Han's figure slowly stepped out from the dense fog and stood a few dozen feet away from Xiao Yan. With a sneer on his face, he looked at Xiao Yan. In response, Xiao Yan faintly smiled. He looked around and observed the God-trapping formation. After a while, he couldn't help but nod his head and praise it in his heart. Under the investigation of Xiao Yan's frightening spiritual strength, this God-trapping formation was indeed extraordinary. Compared to the formation that was formed from 300 formation discs 2 years ago, this God-trapping formation was even more tyrannical. Not only was it formed from a single formation disc, the power that it released was also much stronger. This wasn't a problem of the number of formation discs. The reason was the strength of the formation itself. Of course, Xiao Yan knew very little about formations. Therefore, he would only understand the exact reason after he came into contact with them more in the future. As for now, although the God-trapping formation was known as a defensive formation that even a 9-star half-martial emperor couldn't break, it no longer had any deterrence to the current Xiao Yan. Compared to Xiao Yan in the arena at this moment, everyone outside the arena revealed an extremely shocked expression on their faces. This was especially the case when they saw the God-confining formation. The shocked expression on everyone's faces only increased without reducing. Oh my God! This was the God-trapping array. This was Mu Shi's trump card. Legend has it that it had once trapped a 9-star half-emperor. If it was not for Mu Shi being soft-hearted and letting him go, he would probably still be trapped in the God-trapping formation. I never expected that Mu Shi would actually take it out in order to deal with Yan Xiao today. TSK, what you're saying is something that happened a long time ago. I personally saw Mu Shi use the God-trapping formation to trap a 9-star half-martial emperor. Exclamations about the God-trapping array constantly rang out from the crowd. There were even people who boasted about the terrifying battle results they saw with their own eyes. Even though the words they said were both true and false, it still attracted the attention of many people. Seeing this, a prideful smile appeared on that person's face. It was as if he was the main character of that great battle. There, it's him, Zhongli. A year ago, when I was passing through a mountain range, I was fortunate enough to see Mu Shi. Even though I only took a few glances at him from afar, since he was an expert like that, we couldn't casually come into contact with him. However, I clearly saw that the formation he used was the current god-trapping formation. At that time, Zhongli was inside the formation. No matter how hard he tried, the god-trapping formation did not budge at all. Even though it was simple, it was not difficult for the crowd to understand how frightening the god-trapping formation was. Even a 9-star half-martial emperor was unable to forcibly break it. In that case, wouldn't it be even more impossible for Xiao Yan to break it? What was even more unimaginable to the crowd was that in order to deal with Xiao Yan, a 5-star half-martial emperor, Mu Han, as a 9-star half-martial emperor, had actually used one of his trump cards, the god-trapping formation. If this news were to spread, regardless of the outcome of this battle, Yan Zhao's name would likely once again resound in this savage ancient city. Of course, the reason why they would think this way was because they did not understand Xiao Yan's true strength. Xiao Yan, who possessed the 2 heaven-defying divine skills, the Sky Annihilation Step and the Void Grand Tao, had absolute confidence in defeating Mu Han in terms of speed. Precisely because of this, if Mu Han was unable to lock onto Xiao Yan within a certain range and time, it was extremely likely that he would never be able to injure Xiao Yan. If this continued, not only would Mu Han's reputation be ruined, it would also cause Xiao Yan's reputation to soar once again. This was not an outcome that Mu Han was willing to see. Thus, if he could use a moment of disrespect in exchange for his reputation and status in the future, Mu Han felt that it was worth it. However, while Mu Han was scheming in his heart, Luo Jin and Elder Xian, who were outside the arena, did not have such thoughts. In Luo Jin's heart, the current Xiao Yan was no longer simply a strong bandit after being embellished with 2 mysterious colors by Qing Mu and Luo Ao. Moreover, Xiao Yan was also related to the Ghost Temple Gate. This caused Luo Jin to no longer dare to underestimate Xiao Yan's true strength. In Luo Jin's eyes, Xiao Yan was at the very least an ultimate expert of the Do D class or above. Even though Xiao Yan himself did not possess that kind of strength, Luo Jin believed that Xiao Yan had the ability to unleash such a powerful strength, a strength that was sufficient to cause Luo Ao and Qing Mu's expressions to change. In the arena, Xiao Yan slowly lifted his eyes and looked at Mu Han on the opposite side. His eyes appeared extremely calm and did not stir even the slightest ripple because of the situation in front of him. A cold smile involuntarily appeared on Mu Han's face when he saw this. He did not believe that Xiao Yan, who had lost the Northern King, would be able to rely on his own strength to break through his god-trapping array. The last time I let you escape, it was my mistake. However, this time around, the old me will definitely not let you escape. Not only will I kill you to obtain the Emperor Tribulation Pill, but I will also take your puppet. Mu Han's dark and cold eyes glanced at the Northern King, who was about to break through the formation. His scarlet tongue violently licked his thin blade-like lips as he spoke with a sinister smile. Even Mu Han could not help but be tempted by a puppet of the Northern King's level. After all, if he could obtain the Northern King, he would no longer need to fear any expert below the Do D class. At that time, he would have the ability to protect himself even if he had to face 3 9-star ban emperors at the same time. So much nonsense. Isn't it just to kill me so that you can obtain everything on me? Xiao Yan's face was filled with disdain when he heard Mu Han's words. A ruthless expression once again surfaced on Mu Han's old face when he heard this. The corner of his mouth parted and a cold luster appeared on his densely white face as he mocked Xiao Yan. Humph. Stinking brat, you still dare to boast shamelessly even when you are about to die. Today, with this old me's god-trapping array, you will not be able to escape even if you possess the Void Tao. Yen Xiao, obediently accept your death. Mu Han's body moved after his words sounded. Following a sharp rushing wind sound, Mu Han instantly charged explosively toward Xiao Yan. Noisy. Xiao Yan's tone was indifferent as he spat out these words. His expression did not change because of Mu Han's rapid approach. His body also stood straight on the spot as he calmly watched Mu Han charge over. Xiao Yan's tone was somewhat lazy as he slowly opened his mouth to speak. "Little fellow, come out and play." Xiao Yan's words had just sounded when the space in front of Xiao Yan was instantly torn apart by an unknown strength. Soon after, a golden light shot out from within and met the charging Mu Han head-on. It was Xiao Jin. Chapter 336. Crackle. When an enormous golden-colored thunderbolt flashed out of the god-trapping formation, the entire empty space collapsed at this moment. The originally clear sky outside the formation had actually become somewhat dark at this moment. The instant that frightening thunderbolt that contained an extremely destructive aura shot out, the expression of Mu Han, who was charging over, involuntarily changed drastically. He hurriedly maneuvered the Do Qi within his body and swiftly agglomerated a Do Qi light barrier around his body in an attempt to block this frightening attack that had suddenly arrived. "Ah, can you block it?" The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth was involuntarily lifted into a cold smile when he saw that Mu Han did not dare to face the attack head-on and had instead used all his Do Qi to block it. After Xiao Yan's words sounded, the frightening golden thunderbolt had already violently struck the Do Qi light barrier that Mu Han had hurriedly agglomerated in front of a countless number of gazes. Bang! Everyone present was shocked when the two collided. The Do Qi light barrier that Mu Han had agglomerated was actually destroyed by the golden-colored frightening thunderbolt in an overbearing manner that seemed to be able to easily destroy everything in its path. The moment the light barrier was broken, the remaining strength of the thunderbolt was also merciless. In the next moment, it landed on Mu Han's body in front of his shocked expression. Following a muffled sound, Mu Han's body flew back uncontrollably. At the same time, his mouth involuntarily spat out a large mouthful of blood. One could not help but feel a slight pain in one's chest. This attack had caused Mu Han to be seriously injured. Grug. After Mu Han stabilized his body with great difficulty, his mouth once again involuntarily spat out a large mouthful of blood. Who could have imagined that something would suddenly appear at such a crucial moment when he was so close to taking down Xiao Yan, catching him off guard? Moreover, the thing that shocked Mu Han the most at this moment was that the owner of the thunderbolt possessed a strength that was not the least bit weaker than him. This fellow who had just appeared was clearly another 9-star half-emperor. Cough cough, the expression on Mu Han's old face involuntarily changed drastically when he thought of this. His entire face was filled with an extremely grave expression. He had never imagined that there would actually be 2 9-star half-emperors by Xiao Yan's side. Cough cough, Mu Han once again involuntarily coughed violently a couple of times. Only then did he raise his frightened eyes and look at the opposite side. The moment his eyes saw Xiao Jin, he was involuntarily intimidated by its enormous body. The appearance of the golden dragon caused one to feel a kind of nobility. The frightening thunderbolts that lingered over its body also gave it an additional overbearing aura. Even at this moment, Mu Han was still able to see the thunderbolts lingering around its body. Lightning. Black thunderbolts from the depths of the empty lightning pool. However, these terrifying thunderbolts that were usually uncontrollable were now obediently submitting to Xiao Jin as if they had seen their king. This is, the thunderbolts from the empty lightning pool. Mu Han's expression was slightly startled when he saw the thunderbolts. Then, he abruptly raised his head and looked at Xiao Jin's pair of large eyes. There were a few thunderbolts within Xiao Jin's bright golden eyes. They were like small snakes that continuously lingered in the depths of Xiao Jin's eyes. As expected, Mu Han seemed to have understood something in his heart. His pair of gloomy old eyes revealed a shocked expression. Humph. No wonder you were able to come out alive after being in the empty lightning pool for 2 years. It was all because of this. Mu Han narrowed his old eyes and stared at Xiao Yan. His tone was filled with seriousness. At the same time, the Do Qi within his body rapidly flowed to every part of his body, rapidly dispelling the numbness that was spreading from all over his body. The unique characteristic of the thunderbolt energy was to numb the body. This was something that even a 9-star half-emperor like Mu Han was unable to avoid. Oh. 9 mysterious golden lightning. Is it the fellow that attacked me the last time? Luo Jin, who was in the sky outside of the plaza, raised his eyebrows slightly. Something had attacked him twice in Xiao Yan's body. The first time was a heavenly flame. Luo Jin already knew about this. As for the second strange thing, it was only at this moment that he began to understand. Why does this fellow have so many strange things on his body? 9 mysterious golden lightning, and a half-emperor at that. Logically speaking, he should have his own consciousness. Why is it following him? Or could it be that this fellow is following him of his own accord? Luo Jin looked at Xiao Jin from afar. His pitch-black eyes revealed some doubt. After a long while, Luo Jin withdrew his gaze. He helplessly shook his head and no longer paid any attention to Xiao Jin. Let's not talk about how I managed to survive. The important thing is, how are you going to face 2 9-star half-emperors? Ignoring Mu Han's words, Xiao Yan said with a cold smile in an indifferent tone. As Xiao Yan's words left his mouth, the Northern King, who was outside of the god-trapping formation, suddenly shook his body. He forcibly shattered the formation that trapped him. With a flash, he appeared in front of the god-trapping formation. Once Xiao Yan gave the order, the Northern King would attack the god-trapping formation with a frightening destructive power. Bastard! Mu Han glanced at the Northern King from the corner of his eyes. Then, he looked at Xiao Yan and Xiao Jin, who were in front of him. Especially Xiao Jin. Even if Mu Han was in his peak state, he would have no choice but to face Xiao Jin with his full strength. Furthermore, there was also Xiao Yan, whose strength could not be underestimated, beside Xiao Jin. Mu Han's expression was extremely gloomy. As he looked around, his gaze immediately landed on Zhongli, who was below him. He immediately sneered. A frightening malevolent smile appeared on his old face. His body moved and he instantly charged towards Zhongli. Kaka, stinking brat, I want to see what you can do to me even if you have 2 9-star half-emperors. Today, either you hand over the Emperor Tribulation Pellet or Zhongli will die. Kaka. Even though there was still quite a distance between them, Mu Han appeared as if victory was already within his grasp. His crazed expression caused others to involuntarily feel fear. Seeing Zhongli, who was almost within reach of him, Mu Han sneered in his heart. Today, even if Xiao Yan had the protection of a 9-star half-emperor, as long as he still had Zhongli as his trump card, Xiao Yan would definitely not dare to attack him. The instant Mu Han made his move, Xiao Yan already knew what Mu Han was planning. He immediately snorted coldly. He, Xiao Yan, had never been threatened by anyone in his life. However, at this moment, Mu Han had actually touched his reverse scale for the sake of the Emperor Tribulation Pellet. This immediately caused the flames of anger to rise in Xiao Yan's heart. From the moment he appeared until now, Xiao Yan had been suppressing the flames of anger in his heart. Even though Zhongli had almost died, he was still alive. As long as he was still alive, Xiao Yan was confident that he would be able to restore him to his peak. However, what Xiao Yan did not expect was that even at this moment, when the Northern King and Xiao Yan had both appeared, Mu Han was still dreaming of obtaining the Emperor Tribulation Pellet. He truly did not know what death was. Humph. You're courting death. A cold cry sounded. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind as a vast and frightening spiritual strength immediately poured out from between his brows. Do Qi churned. Threads of dark black energy that could not be seen by the naked eye swiftly gathered in front of Xiao Yan in the empty space, forming a wormhole. In the next moment, the expression of Mu Han, who was charging forward at an extremely fast speed, suddenly changed drastically. He had actually forgotten that Xiao Yan's great void way allowed him to pass through empty space at will. Compared to an ordinary flying speed, this was much more direct. However, the empty space in front of him was suddenly torn apart while his expression changed. Xiao Jin and Xiao Yan stepped out and blocked Mu Han's path. Originally I only intended to teach you a lesson. However, since you insist on being so stubborn, I shall take your life today. Xiao Yan's eyes were cold as he looked at Mu Han. A thought passed through his mind and the great Wei muslin cloak swiftly gathered on his body. Xiao Jin by the side also emitted an earth-shaking dragon roar after these words sounded. A pair of large golden eyes stared intently at Mu Han as a frightening aura spread. Chapter 337. Crack. Following a clear cracking sound, the god-trapping array, which was said to be unbreakable by anyone below the Do D class, finally shattered with a bang at this moment. The fragments of the array that filled the sky gradually scattered, turning into a golden glow that slowly drifted across the sky. At this moment, the god-trapping array was broken. After the god-trapping array was broken, two rays of light, one black and one gold, swiftly flew over. Finally, they stopped beside Xiao Yan, who was currently facing off against Mu Han. The two light figures were the Northern King and Xiao Jin. Seeing that the god-trapping array had been broken, Mu Han's face trembled with anger. The expression on his old face alternated between green and white. It was constantly changing. However, compared to this, Mu Han's heart was filled with a deep sense of solemnity. Facing two 9-star half-emperors at the same time was already an extremely great pressure for Mu Han. Moreover, other than the Northern King and Xiao Jin, there was also Xiao Yan, who was standing by the side and staring at him with hostility. The current Mu Han would no longer treat Xiao Yan as an ordinary 5-star half-emperor. At this moment, just what kind of frightening strength was hidden under this seemingly frail body? Even someone as strong as Mu Han could not help but feel a grave feeling in his heart. Never underestimate your opponent. These words could be considered to have truly been reflected on Xiao Yan's body. In the sky, Xiao Yan's eyes were densely cold as he stared at Mu Han, who was a short distance away. At this moment, there was a beautiful heavenly flame dancing deep within his originally dark black pupils. In my life, I hate people who threaten me the most. I have also killed all those who threaten me. Therefore, you will not be an exception. The bone-chilling cold words had just sounded when the Northern King, who was beside Xiao Yan, suddenly stomped his foot on the air. The space exploded as the Northern King's body shot toward Mu Han like a cannonball that had been fired. Mu Han did not dare to be careless when he saw the Northern King charging over. He swiftly lifted his shriveled hand. As the seals in his hand changed, the King Kong array also agglomerated on the surface of his body. King Kong array. King Kong protection. As the cry sounded, the Northern King's body had already arrived in front of him. Mu Han immediately threw out a punch, which violently collided with the Northern King's pitch-black metal fist. Clang! A heavy bell-like sound immediately spread. The deafening buzzing sound caused the expressions of everyone outside the arena to involuntarily change. Their hearts were filled with shock. Under the frightening strength, the space around the two kings instantly collapsed. The collision of the two fists. In this first collision, the Northern King and Mu Han were evenly matched. When the two of them separated, Xiao Jin by Xiao Yan's side twisted its enormous body and let out a low roar. Immediately, a lightning glow flickered all over its body. With a swooshed sound, it transformed into an enormous golden-colored lightning pillar that charged into the battleground between the Northern King and Mu Han. With the addition of Xiao Jin, the previous balance was no longer there. Two 9-star half-martial emperors facing one 9-star half-martial emperor at the same time. In a battle of this level, it was enough to create an overwhelming advantage. In a short period of time, Mu Han's aura was no longer the same as before. Facing two experts of the same level at the same time, two monstrous fellows at that. Even with the help of the formation, it was still difficult for him to fight against them. After all, the strength of a 9-star half-martial emperor was simply too powerful. Even the King Kong array that he was so proud of was becoming weaker and weaker under the frenzied attacks of the two fellows in front of him. It was obvious that the King Kong array would not be able to last for long. It would be fine if that was all. However, when Mu Han's gaze unintentionally glanced at Xiao Yan, he was shocked. A chill rose from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, Xiao Yan's face was calm as he stood in the empty air. His eyes stared at the clusters of different-colored heavenly flames in front of him. When these heavenly flames were added together, they basically occupied the entire heavenly flame ranking. Of course, with Mu Han's experience, he could tell that these heavenly flames were only seed flames. However, even so, the chill in his heart did not decrease in the slightest. At the same time, in the sky outside the plaza, Luo Jin and Elder Xian were also shocked as they looked at the scene before Xiao Yan. There was no need to mention Luo Jin. Back then, when he faced the cloud-splitting wolf, he had seen Xiao Yan take out such a stance. However, compared to now, Xiao Yan had only taken out a few heavenly flames. At this moment, Xiao Yan had basically summoned all the heavenly flames on the heavenly flame ranking. It was precisely because of this that Luo Jin felt shocked. Xiao Yan was far more terrifying than he had expected. However, compared to Luo Jin, Elder Xian was even more shocked. All along, he had thought that Xiao Yan was only able to control 3 to 4 heavenly flames. However, he did not expect that after personally witnessing Xiao Yan take out almost the entire heavenly flame ranking. This caused this old man from the middle region to be extremely shocked. After all, even in the entire middle region, forget about possessing a heavenly flame. It was extremely difficult to even see one even if one wanted to. Even if it was only a seed flame, it was something that only a few large factions or clans possessed. However, Xiao Yan was actually able to completely unleash it. If news of this were to spread to the middle region, there was no telling just what kind of storm it would stir. Compared to the shocked expressions of the few people outside, Xiao Yan was completely focused on the heavenly flames in front of him at this moment. At this moment, there were a total of 21 different heavenly flames in front of him. This basically included the entire heavenly flame ranking. Of course, the other two that were not present were naturally the missing He Yen and Gu Yu, who was currently in his body. After taking out the heavenly flames, Xiao Yan did not hesitate. A thought passed through his mind and the surging spiritual strength between his brows immediately poured out. Soon after, under Xiao Yan's control, clusters of heavenly flames began their initial merger. Following the merger of the heavenly flames, an extremely frightening destructive aura gradually spread. Anyone who sensed this aura would feel aghast in their hearts. At this moment, Mu Han, who was bitterly enduring with the Northern King and Little Gold on the other side, would occasionally use the corner of his eyes to observe Xiao Yan. While Mu Han's mind was being split into 3, this caused him to feel a little frightened because of the heavenly flame in front of Xiao Yan. Faced with the incoming Northern King and Xiao Jin, he had also lost a little of his ability to fight. Within a short moment, the Northern King and Xiao Jin had left behind a couple of wounds of varying sizes on his body. Time slowly passed. At a certain moment, Mu Han, who was covered in blood, was once again sent flying 1,000 feet by the incoming Northern King. Only then did he have the opportunity to quickly take a look at Xiao Yan. However, the expression on his old face suddenly became extremely horrified when he saw him. At this moment, the final wisp of heavenly flame had perfectly merged into the empty space in front of Xiao Yan. A beautiful and dazzling fire lotus appeared in the empty space in front of Xiao Yan. An extremely frightening and pure destructive aura swiftly spread following the appearance of the fire lotus. Anyone who came into contact with it would have a drastic change in expression. Their hearts would be filled with shock and horror. Everyone could clearly sense that under this destructive power, any aura of life would be mercilessly torn to shreds. This beautiful fire lotus in the empty space was just like a beautiful female snake. Anyone who tried to approach it would be mercilessly swallowed by it. This fire lotus could be called a true killing machine. Chapter 338. When this magnificent fire lotus appeared in the sky, everyone present couldn't help but be attracted by its gorgeous colors. However, at the same time, everyone's hearts were filled with shock when they saw the fire lotus in front of Xiao Yan. In the sky above the plaza, Xiao Yan used his spiritual energy to control the beautiful fire lotus that was the size of a wash basin. His figure slowly flew and arrived in front of the Northern King and Xiao Jin. Then, he slowly lifted his gaze and looked at Mu Han with an indifferent expression. The latter noticed Xiao Yan's gaze shooting over. His old face, which was covered with wrinkles, involuntarily revealed a deep solemn expression. Faced with Xiao Yan, this seemingly inexperienced young fellow in front of him, Mu Han's heart could not help but feel some fear rise at this moment. Even though he tried his best to suppress it, the Xiao Yan in front of him still made him feel a faintly discernible pressure. This caused Mu Han's breathing to involuntarily become a little heavy. This was especially so when his gaze came into contact with the beautiful fire lotus in front of Xiao Yan. His heart couldn't help but tighten slightly. The reason why Xiao Yan was able to give him a pressure that caused him to feel fear in his heart was mostly because of the beautiful fire lotus that was currently suspended in front of Xiao Yan and slowly rotating. Mu Han's gaze was grave as he stared at the fire lotus in front of Xiao Yan. He could feel the obscure aura that was occasionally emitted from it, causing his heart to shiver. Although the fire lotus looked harmless, the destructive aura that was emitted from it caused even Mu Han, who was a 9.5-star martial emperor, to feel extremely fearful when he sensed it. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel bewildered. Was such a terrifying destructive aura really something that Xiao Yan, a 5-star half-martial emperor, could do? Mu Han didn't doubt that if the fire lotus completely exploded, the power that it contained was something that even a 9-star half-martial emperor wouldn't dare to look down on. However, no matter what he thought, Xiao Yan was indeed in control of the fire lotus. The destructive power within it had all landed in Xiao Yan's palm. Humph. Yan Xiao, it is best to leave a way out for everything. I admit that with these two fellows around today, I am indeed unable to hurt you. However, if you continue to pester me like this, it will not do you any good. Mu Han's old eyes narrowed into a thin line. His dark eyes swept across the Northern King and Xiao Jin. After which, he looked at Xiao Yan. Even though his words sounded like he was admitting defeat, his tone revealed the unwillingness in his heart. Hearing Mu Han's words, Xiao Yan knew in his heart that this old fellow was definitely afraid of the Buddha's angry lotus flame in his hands. In addition, there was also Shang Bei Wang and Xiao Jin. Once the Buddha's angry lotus flame exploded, no matter how powerful he would not be able to escape death. It was also because of this that Mu Han didn't dare to continue making trouble. After all, the price of making trouble was his life. Mu Han had lived for more than half his life. Being able to reach his current level, he naturally cherished his life even more. To him, it was not worth it to lose his life for an emperor tribulation pill. Xiao Yan let out a cold laugh. Beside him, Xiao Jin also seemed to imitate him and let out 2 low dragon roars. Its large eyes were filled with disdain when it looked at Mu Han. Xiao Yan glanced at Xiao Jin and gently lifted his eyebrows. After which, he withdrew his gaze and his expression instantly regained its indifference. His eyes turned and shot towards Mu Han. After a few breaths, his tone was sinister as he said, "I have said that I will definitely kill you today." Hearing the words that came out of Xiao Yan's mouth, Mu Han immediately frowned. His eyes once again stared at the magnificent fire lotus in Xiao Yan's hand. Mu Han's face involuntarily twitched violently. The Xiao Yan in front of him really did not place him in his eyes at all. A bowl of fury immediately rose in Mu Han's heart when he thought of this. His hands were tightly clenched into fists under his sleeves. He wished that he could pull out Xiao Yan's tendons and rip off his bones to vent the hatred in his heart. However, he clearly understood his current situation. With the Northern King and Xiao Jin by his side, Xiao Yan could truly be called the strongest person below the Do Di class. After all, given the strength that Xiao Yan currently possessed, it was likely that only a Do Di would be able to kill him. It was a long while later before Mu Han clenched his teeth and once again raised his eyes to look at Xiao Yan. The two of them were 1,000 feet apart. Mu Han's dark eyes met Xiao Yan's indifferent eyes from a distance. The empty space in the middle of their gazes gradually became distorted. After a couple of breaths, the distorted space suddenly exploded. Mu Han deeply exhaled. His expression was gloomy as he looked at Xiao Yan. It was a long while later before he opened his mouth and spoke in a low voice, "Humph. Yan Xiao, the old me advises you to stop. The fire lotus in your hand might be quite powerful, but once it explodes, humph, the result is not something that you can endure." Xiao Yan's indifferent expression finally changed a little when he heard these words. Indeed, this was something that he had not expected. Once the angry Buddha lotus flame was allowed to erupt in the sky above the ancient savage city, the battle between him and Mu Han would not only affect the two of them, but the entire ancient savage city would also be caught in the crossfire. Xiao Yan knit his brows tightly. He was unwilling to let go of such a good opportunity to kill Mu Han. After all, once this matter was resolved, it would be difficult to kill Mu Han in the future. However, if he were to attack today, it would implicate the entire savage ancient city. This was something that Xiao Yan would never do. Only the Han clan would do such a thing in order to achieve their goal at all costs. The clan that Xiao Yan hated the most in his life was the Han clan. He. Mu Han immediately laughed out loud when he saw Xiao Yan's somewhat conflicted manner. He had already expected that Xiao Yan would not implicate the entire savage ancient city in order to kill him. From the looks of it now, his prediction was indeed correct. When Xiao Yan heard Mu Han's unrestrained laughter, the dense killing intent that had just been suppressed in his heart once again surged. When he thought of how Mu Han had nearly killed Qin Zhong and seriously injured the Guli duo, the fury in Xiao Yan's heart could not be vented. At this moment, he clearly had a great opportunity to kill Mu Han. However, he was unable to do so due to his misgivings. When he thought of this, the fury in Xiao Yan's heart burned even more intensely. Ha! I have already said that you will definitely die today. Suddenly, while Mu Han was laughing loudly, Xiao Yan's mouth suddenly emitted an earth-shaking cry. At the same time, his right leg took a step forward. Xiao Yan's entire body was immediately covered by a turbulent heavenly flame, turning him into a flaming person. Behind him, the Northern King and Little Gold also moved simultaneously. They transformed into two lightning bolts and arrived in front of Mu Han in an instant. They blocked Mu Han's path of retreat from both sides. Today, he, Xiao Yan, would definitely kill Mu Han.